share whatever has arisen. Okay, so welcome everyone to the session officially. So thank you for joining us, and for this final session. So I think maybe just to start off with, so we have a little check-in. Anyone got anything to share, express, thoughts on the course, on what's arising? And it's been a 6-week journey, so it's always good to just pause and reflect and review a little bit. If anyone would like to share, now is the time. We've got quite a lot to get through, so make it reasonably just a few minutes. And then we'll give someone else a chance, because we've got a lot to get through, and I know Iona has to go somewhere later. And I said we'll be done by 7:30 UK time, which so I'd like to stick to that commitment.
Well, I'm very glad to be carrying on.
What's that in South African terms, Jono? What time?
That is 9:30 p.m. So we've got a lot to get through. It's basically a half day workshop. Oh, and your friend.
And I have to ask you as well. How did your meeting go with the gallery? Who responded? Have you seen them?
It's on Wednesday. This coming Wednesday. Yeah.
Wonderful. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone like to share anything?
You know what? I want to share something. It was somewhat of a miracle, actually.
Good.
Last night I was dreaming about something, and I can't remember what it was. I think it was my children or something. That was just a little bit kind of, of a story which was not a happy story. And I remember this work of what we've been doing, the meditation. You can't remember the exact wording, but you can see this differently. What was the lesson we were doing? What is the wording, Jono?
Well, there's been a few, but the recent one, there's another way of looking at this. There is another way of looking.
There's another way of looking at this situation. There's another way of looking at the situation. And I was dreaming, and I didn't like the situation, the way I was perceiving it. And I said to myself in my dream state, I said, there's another way of looking at the situation.
Wow.
And I just switched it.
In your dream?
Completely. Yeah, in my dream. I switched it in my dream. And it was just incredible.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So you're doing it in your dreams and in your waking. In your waking and your sleeping.
And the switch was just kind of like a neutrality. It just took the pain away. It took the, it wasn't like I was perceiving it even in a different way. It was just took that negative edge of it, or that negative perception that was causing me pain. So I thought that was really very powerful. And I'm just sort of, I've been doing some fantastic marketing for you, because I just think it's, I really find it's because it's working for me, and I also kind of feel that I just, like, I'm feeling that with the practice, even though I have really not, I've been doing a little bit of meditation every day, and by no means all the lessons, but I've tried to catch up where I haven't been able to. And I just find there's a kind of a thread that you can tap into and pick up on and do this work. And I can feel it sort of, like brainwashing me in a positive way. I feel like I'm brainwashing. I feel like I'm brainwashing my mind with these affirmations and these meditations. And it's I think it's working for me. I feel it is working for me. So it's good.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you for that feedback. It is. Brainwashing has typically got a negative connotation. People say, "Oh, you're being brainwashed." But if you actually look at those words, it's actually mind washing, right? You're washing your mind of all the dirt.
Which is exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, you want to wash your mind. You want to clean your mind. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the whole point of any spiritual practice. It's not brain, because it's not actually happening in the brain. The brain is just how we interpret sensory data, interact with this world, part of the physical self-concept. But the mind, it's the mind. You're washing your mind, cleaning your mind of the ego, which is all these ugly, dirty, corrupt ideas that you don't want. And it's got to be a systematic process. I mean, you're not going to do this in one day. It just doesn't happen that way. If you've thought these thoughts and the ego is so deeply entrenched for so many years in this life, and lifetimes upon lifetimes of wrong thinking. And Jesus says very clearly, you're wrong. Your thoughts are wrong. Your thought system's wrong. Your perceptions are wrong. And then you wonder why you're not happy. Well, if you're living your life wrong-mindedly, then of course you're not going to be happy. So you've got to correct it at the foundation, which is your thought system. What do you actually believe in? And most people, what they believe in is false. They're believing in a separate self that is going to handle life for them, and it's going to get them what they think they want, and it's going to keep them safe. And that little self-concept is never going to make you happy. That's what he's saying. And so you have to wash your mind of that self-concept. And because it's your self-concept, it's the very foundation of everything you think you are and everything you think you do. So it's a pretty profound process. I just wash your mind of your self-concept. Okay. Well, it's another level of mind training. We're not talking about just skills, and it's just like your entire self-concept's got to turn around. And that's a process. And I think it needs to be approached systematically. It's a systematic mind training process. So that's what Jesus has done in the course. You've got these daily lessons. And so this Art of Letting Go course just follows along. It's okay, well, let me just facilitate that process of washing your mind for you, to help you, give you the tools, the resources to make it easier. Because it's not that easy, as you said, doing it on your own isn't necessarily that easy. Easy to not do it, easy to fall off the wagon, easy to start doubting and saying, is this really what he means? Am I really getting this? Or am I going a bit crazy? And then, of course, voices come in, voices of doubt from other people. Oh, no, you don't need that stuff. Just don't worry about that. Just do what you're doing. It's fine. Or do this. So there's many egoic defenses to this. So it's very helpful if you've got a systematic process, which then becomes a spiritual path, and you've got a little community that are supporting you. And that's really what this is about. To help and facilitate that process of you cleaning your own mind.
Yeah.
Found that helpful and brilliant. Yeah.
Jono, I think as well as mind washing, before you get to the mind washing, it actually also teaches you to mind watch.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think those two things, so the mind watching and the mind washing, really kind of like does that thing. It's because you become so much more conscious of what you're thinking or what you're feeling, and then as you even doing in your dreams, you can actually change it. Yeah. So
yeah, I found that was really quite a mind blast in my dreams, because I actually realized that because we actually got to tap into the unconscious as well, to change these programs, because that's where the programs are, in the unconscious. So it was so awesome that it happened at that level. And
well, showing its work.
Funnily enough, I don't remember my dream. I really have a problem accessing my dreams, but it was just very, very vivid that I deliberately caught myself in that moment and reversed it to neutrality.
Amazing. So it shows the process is working. And so it's in 6 weeks, but in 6 weeks you can get a glimpse at least of what it could be. of just how vigilant you could be. You know, the mind watching you talked about, because it's awareness. The two-step process of letting go of forgiveness is two steps. Awareness is critical. If you don't have the awareness of your thoughts and your emotions, how can you choose to let them go? You can't. They just take you over and they run the show. They run the program. So it's the mind watching, and that's in the 6 weeks. You know, there's been a lot of focus on it. Okay, so just watch your mind. These all these breath breaks and meditations and mind training in the lessons. He starts off, okay, watch your mind, scan your mind, look at your mind, what's going on, what are you thinking, what are you feeling? Become aware of that. And then there's an exercise to apply a lesson to it, to say, okay, but I can let this go. I don't have to hold on to that thought. I can release it, and that's the washing process. So it's actually that simple. It's a two-step process: awareness, and then a choice to let go, a conscious choice to let it go. And then you can use the lesson to help you. You can use a breath break. You can use some of the processes. I've given you 10-step processes. We did the instrument for peace the other day, which is a nice worksheet process you can work through. There's the 10-step letting go worksheet. There's Ho'oponopono. There's some little visualization techniques, advanced letting go process. There's a lot of tools that I've given you. So then it's go use one of those or one or more, whatever. You've got a suite there to help you to do this, to help you to let it go, so that it doesn't stick around. So that you just get good at the one thing you need to learn. That was the promise I said. The one thing you need to learn is this art of letting go. Like, can you learn this essential skill to just become aware of your thoughts and your emotions and let go of what's not serving you quickly, easily? Okay, I let it go. So if it's done that, if you have more of an ability to, I'm not saying you've mastered it yet, but it's a start. And obviously the program continues. If you'd like to continue with us, after we're going to have a few days break. So until Sunday next week, there'll be a break. And I think just use that time to process. Like, there's a lot of, you might feel a bit like a fire hose has been stuck down your mouth, and like just because there's a lot of material, there's a lot of information, a lot of exercises, a lot of material coming at you every day. So it's like, okay, we'll take a bit of a pause and consolidate all of that, and review anything that you feel like you missed, and catch up, and finish the exercises, and decide, you know, whether this is a path for you. This essentially was the introduction to a spiritual path. Course in Miracles is a genuine spiritual path, and we continue with the program pretty much the same way that we have for 6 weeks. Slightly less intense because there isn't a course manual and exercises every day, but we get into the routine of doing the workbook lesson. So that's the mind training every day, and text reading of A Course in Miracles. There's 31 chapters to get through, and then there's a manual for teachers, which is 31 sections, and then some supplements as well. So that process, if you do it daily, takes a year pretty much to get through the entire course. So that's what we'll start again next Sunday. So if you haven't already decided, think about it, and let me know in the week. And I'd like to actually meet with each one of you one-on-one and have a session where I just debrief and get feedback, and ideally get a little testimonial from you as well. So that's all, direct message me and we organize that in the week. Okay. Anything else to share, Marlene? Anyone else want to share anything? Elaine shared. Iona?
Well, it's very interesting doing the practice increasingly with Kenneth. I don't know about anybody else. I'm getting quite a lot of feedback.
I think it might be Elaine. I've muted Elaine, so maybe that's that better?
Yeah, I think so.
No, it was Elaine. Elaine's at some, she's not at home. She's in a sort of workshop environment.
Okay. And so, yeah, we had quite a difficult egoic time last night and this morning. But then when we got to sit and talk about it, actually, we're far more joined than separated by the egoic ideas rising in us both, and we could laugh about it.
Good.
But it's very powerful stuff coursing through us all, and it's a real game changer for life. And sometimes, get tripped up.
Yeah, that happens. I mean, the ego's not just going to go away straight away. It's not real. I mean, in rare cases, it can happen. You know, talked about Eckhart Tolle's experience where he just, you know, kind of wakes up overnight and it's like, oh, the ego's just dropped away. Ramana Maharshi, like, he gets it in a few minutes. I mean, oh my goodness, imagine. He's 16 and he just like has this intense fear of death, and then he just collapses that and he's like, okay, boom, there I am. But that's probably many lifetimes of work. He probably, like in his previous lifetime, he probably kind of got it almost. And so in his next one, he just kind of picked it up. So, you know, these rare occurrences do happen.
Yeah.
But usually that's going to be a product of lifetimes of work. So they would have done work in a previous lifetime.
Yeah, true. We were talking about, wonder how much work we've done already on this, because right now I don't feel like too much.
Yeah. Well, the main thing is you're doing it now, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
You know, that's all you can do is go, okay, you know, you can't change the past. Maybe in past lives you were very resistant, you didn't want to learn. You know, I think we've all had that. You know, you cycle through this time-space idea over and over again as different lives until you start going, okay, maybe it's actually time to start learning the truth. Maybe that, you know, there's something that's calling me and I've been avoiding it and resisting it. And, you know, this was an invitation the last 6 weeks to step into it and say, yeah, okay, I'm open to this. I'm really open to doing this work, to allowing the Holy Spirit to come into my life, to change fundamentally, profoundly change my life, change the way I think, change the way I live. So it is life changing, I think. If you really do this course, you know, I don't think it's an over exaggeration to say that it's a, as you said, game changing or life changing. I mean, you're changing the game of your life. Life is a game. You're changing the way you play the game.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, you know, because who's playing the game? That's really the question. Ramana would just say, when someone comes to see him, he said, well, who suffers? Who's feeling that? Who suffers? Because that's the question. So who is the one who's suffering? And that one who's suffering is not true. This is all the course is trying to teach us. That entity, that idea in your mind is not true. And it can be collapsed because it's not true.
Yeah.
And that's all we do. Saying, okay, well, just recognize that it's not true. Remind yourself continuously. So it's this vigilance, because it's not a complicated idea. Okay, this isn't true. I can let this go. I mean, actually, what could be simpler? And yet, the ego is sticky and it's persistent and it's persuasive, and it doesn't want you to let those thoughts and emotions go. It wants you to continue with it. And it's going to tell you, no, this is good. This is protecting you. This is good. This is I'm in charge. No, listen to me. And yet we feel, you know, upset and angry and miserable, really. And so this is just saying, well, you can change it. You know, your mind has the power to be aware of these things and to let them go. And you can change any thought. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's egoic, in other words, it's negative, it can be undone. This is the powerful message. You can let go of any thought and emotion that is not serving you, using any number of these processes and these mind training lessons. Each one is a little lesson in letting go, or forgiveness, as Jesus calls it. So thanks for sharing that. Anything else, Kenneth? Anything to share?
No.
You've sort of been on the course a little bit, so. Thank you for joining us in the background. And welcome to the ongoing program. It's going to be great to have you on board. And just to let you know, we're planning to do a workshop in Findhorn at some point, in August probably. So yeah, anyone keen on a little trip?
Sorry, I just had to unmute there to say yay.
Yay.
That is
Definitely.
that is so, how blessed are you to live in that part of the world? I mean, I did a course once, a transformation. It's called the Transformation Game.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with
I've
that?
also done it.
Have you done it? It was so beautiful. And that was when I heard the story of Findhorn. And then I thought, and then, you know, we say to Johnny, you've got such a beautiful accent, Iona. And Lucy, I haven't heard Ken's accent, but I'm sure it's beautiful as well. It is. It's just, sorry, what?
Ken, it's Swedish.
Ken, it's Swedish.
Swedish. Oh, okay. Well, then it won't be as beautiful.
No judgment there.
No judgment there. But really, you know, yeah, it's just a very interesting story there, and I'm sure it's a special place, you know, with an incredible energy.
It's very interesting people that pitch up here. We're all,
I'm sure.
Yeah, we're all on something.
People want to know what you're smoking.
Well, it looks like you're on berries today, so that's
definitely doing the berries. Yeah, that's right, blueberries.
I'm definitely. I've already manifested. When Jono mentioned that, I already manifested it. I said, "No, I'll see you there somehow or another."
Yeah. Wow.
Cool.
So yeah, very cool. Are you picking up an interference there now that I'm unmuted?
It's better right now, actually.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Just depends on who's in the background, because you've got obviously people around there. So.
Yeah, they are. Maybe it's the pairs of the people in the way. Maybe just move a little bit further away from them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can just mute, if you're not speaking, just mute yourself.
Okay.
So yeah. Anyway, that's to come. We've still got to organize it and so on, but that should be really interesting. So doing this sort of work in an intensive, say, four day workshop retreat, and then a whole bunch of new people hopefully getting exposed to it and then joining the program. So it's another experience compared with online. So online there are limitations. You can't do face-to-face work, and you can to a point, but obviously a workshop creates an intensity. So the idea is it would be 4 days and it's pretty intense. You're doing 16 hours a day for 4 days, and that's going to create a shift almost inevitably. It's gonna shift people in a place like Findhorn. Wow, can't imagine a better place in the world to do it. So that's what's coming up. But in the meantime, we've got plenty of stuff until August, which we'll carry on with doing on Zoom online. Okay, so Katie, would you like to share anything? Katie's thinking. You need to unmute if you're going to say anything.
Okay. Yeah, I want to share something, but I need to think. I read something yesterday from Kenneth Wapnick, and it's amazing how fast I identify with the ego when I'm reading his books. It feels like I need to argue with him, and I made today an amazing experience. I'm trying to sell something from some stuff, And then I saw this expectation. Oh, I want to get money, and it was that, and then behind it there were more thoughts, but they were kind of formless because I didn't grasp them. They were because they were unconscious. And I went to my mirror and I was joining with Holy Spirit, and I was seeing, okay, if I'm unhappy and have an expectation, that must mean that I'm criticizing God. So I was expressing out loud my anger, and I was looking at me in the mirror to see how much anger is there and how much fear, and express it out loud. Like, I wanted, I was really angry, and I let it out with expressions. And that was very helpful for me to see this call for love and this attachment to the idea that I'm lacking and that God didn't create me complete. And I connected with Holy Spirit, and the love Holy Spirit feels for me, even when I'm believing that I don't have enough, that I'm not enough. The point I want to make is it was helpful for me to go to the mirror, connect with Holy Spirit, and let the anger out, to watch it, to observe it without judgment. And then I got more conscious about thoughts I wasn't aware of because I expressed them.
Great. Have you found this because you've been studying the course for a bit, you found this process helpful over the last 6 weeks to kind of help you to do that, to help you to be more aware of your thoughts, to let them go?
What process? You mean the letting go meditation?
The 6 weeks that we've done, everything that you've done over the last 6 weeks of the Art of Letting Go course.
Yeah, I was not using everything, but it was helpful for me to have a group, to join with you and to share what's happening right now in my life, and then to see how other people are also having their issues, and then to feel motivated to change it. That was something that was really helping me. And also that we sometimes, the use of this glossary to make it more experiential.
The terms.
Yeah, the terms.
Yeah,
and of course the group exercises.
And
the group exercises were very helpful.
So the name your game process, and
yeah,
as we did over the last few Sundays. Yeah, we'll do another one today, just so I'll let you know what the program is. We're gonna do a look at the lesson just now, read it and meditate on it, and then we'll go into exercise 10. I don't know if you've managed to read that. If you haven't, it's not too much of a train smash, because I'll just talk about it a bit, and then I'm going to pair you into groups. So how many of us are? 1, 2, 3. You and Kenneth, okay. Yeah, okay, so it could work because there's 3 couples. So to do the work in groups, and the beauty of this technology is it allows you to pair off into couples. So I put you in breakout.
Paper. Are we going to need pen and paper?
No, you actually don't. You might want to have it if you want to jot something down, but you work through it. It's a verbal exercise. You work through it orally with each other. So I'll split you into breakout rooms, and let's just welcome Karen. So Karen, I don't think Karen's joined a session so far. But she's Marlene's friend. She did the course last year. But she's decided to join us, so let's just say hello to her and ask her if she wants to join in the process. So that could actually be quite helpful, Karen, if you did, because then there's 3 couples, because it's a couple exercise. Let's see if we can ask her to unmute. Don't know if she's unmuting. Okay. So if she comes on stream, we'll let her say something. Otherwise, yeah, anything else to share, anyone? Marlene?
Yes, so I just want to say, with me being away for a week, visiting my dad, I wasn't far away from you, Elaine.
Oh, really? Where were you?
Yeah, so I was in Pennington.
Okay.
Which is literally just down the road. I did find that the processes and everything that I have been working on in the past 6 weeks kind of made me very mindful and gave me a lot of tools of things that came up during the week. And it's made processing a little bit easier, and just being aware. And I also want to say that even though I didn't attend all the sessions online, I did listen, and listening, just like what Katie said, to the groups and the people, it was amazing. It helped me so much. I really value the process. So even though I'm not participating like this all the time, I'm actually doing the work in the background, and it's just been quite phenomenal. And it has also motivated me to do more sharing and like participate more when I can in the process. So that's been really, really powerful for me. So thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah,
very good.
Well, there's something about a group. I think the idea is, this technology facilitates group work that you couldn't do otherwise. You can all just join on Zoom and you can interact, have a connection, and obviously it's great, if you're actually in the group and you're interacting live. But if you can't do that, then you can do the recordings. You can listen to recordings, and you can get it kind of after the fact. You're just not able to participate in it, but you can listen in. So I hope the format is helpful. I try to make the material available. There it is. It's coming at you every day, and use it. It's there. You can listen, from WhatsApp. It's quite convenient. Hopefully, you just listen if you're driving. You can listen if you're cooking, and it's just reprogramming all the time.
I must say that it's really blocked up my phone though. your thing is like 2 gigs and something big, and I'm kind of like trying to delete things off my phone. So that's kind of hectic.
You need to get an SD card. Just a little technical tip. You can get SD cards, which then store stuff on your phone. So you can
what is it, like an external drive?
It's like a memory card, and you can get 32 gig or even 64 gigabyte ones. So then you won't have a problem.
That's useful to know.
Yeah.
But there's lots of stuff to use, and you've given us an amazing toolbox. So that's just so incredible. And the more that you remember, and the more that you kind of go back on the material, the more it becomes stock standard in your mind to actually draw it in. So I think that's just that ongoing process of doing and being and connecting with it. So
it absolutely is. Yeah. So this is really the end of the beginning. The 6 weeks is an introduction into a spiritual path, as I said, which A Course in Miracles is, and an entire year of work. The course is 365 lessons, 365 daily lessons, and a substantial volume of text and manual for teachers and supplements, which if you chunk down to a session every day, takes almost a year. If you break it down into section by section, it takes a year to get through. So if you'd like to continue, then by all means, it'd be great to continue with everyone on the journey, starting next Sunday. Take a week, you can reflect on it, review the material, and if you don't, you've got 6 weeks of material. You can use that. You can go back on the emails, you can go back on the WhatsApp messages, and you can use those resources again. Katie asked me if those links and stuff in the emails will still be available. Yes, they will be. So you can file all those emails. You can say, okay, well, I'd like to go through the course again. But ideally, there's a progression in it. So if you stick with this program, then you work through the entire Course in Miracles, and it's well, as you've probably got a taste of, it's an amazing mind training process, an amazing teaching from a master teacher, Jesus, who really did transcend time and space entirely. So you're learning from someone who's done it, who's been human, and he's done it, and he's now saying, well, look, this is how I did it. And so that's why the course for me is so amazing, because you're getting it. It's not human. You're getting it from a mind that has transcended the human condition entirely. And I'm just a facilitator of that process to help that to come through in a helpful way in this construct of the world, using the technology and whatever else.
I must also just add that I think I'm exceptionally grateful for having done these 6 weeks as the formation, as the basis of things to come, because I think it really does put everything else into a different context, and it makes it a lot more easier going forward. So I'm also very grateful that I have participated and used that as the foundation.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Yeah, I mean, it's a foundation, it's a start. So instead of just jumping in the deep end, you do the 6 weeks, and okay, so I've got a proper introduction, and I've been through some processes and some exercises, and it lays as a foundation for what's to come. So well done to everyone who's done it. It's not the easiest of processes, but you've all stuck to it, and you're here on the last day, and you've done it as well as you can do it. And next year, if you carry on, we do it again. So you can cycle through a process again, and every time you go through it, there's another level of washing. So the idea of this is it's ongoing. You make this part of your life. It's ongoing mind training, ongoing mind washing, and you just integrate it into your daily life, so that it's not something you do, oh, and then I forget it. It's like, no, I do this every day. It's just how I live my life. That's really the idea. And then you integrate it into your life as you choose. So you can you can just listen to recordings, you can join live sessions. There's various options, which I'll talk about now. Actually, I'll just mention it quickly, because we've got quite a bit of work ahead of us. So it might by the end of the session, you might all be I can't take in anymore. That's it. Enough, Jono. So the options are to you could just do a what I call a non-participant member. So you're not doing any live sessions, but you get all the recordings on the WhatsApp group and emails, and that is £12.50 a month, or 250 Rand a month. So depending on whether you're South African or UK, and ideally just pay that into, I've got South African and UK bank accounts. 500 a month if you want to join, but limit that. So there's 9 live sessions a month you can join for that, which is 2 a week, which is quite sufficient for some people. So that's, if that's the level you want to do it at. If you want unlimited access, so that's going to be 8 live sessions a week, so 30, depending on the length of the month exactly and where it falls, 32 plus, say 34, 35 live sessions probably a month, each of which is generally an hour and a half, as you know, hour to an hour and a half minimum in the afternoons. Evenings might be a bit longer, 2 to 2.5 hours. So you're looking at, I don't know, probably 60 odd hours of live material every month, interactive, if you want it, and that's £50 a month, or 5,000 Rand a month. So just depending where you want to sit, what you want to do, then decide. Some of you have already done that. I've talked to Elaine, Marlene. I think I need to talk to you, Karen, Katie. We have an arrangement. So, but just to mention for you, Marlene and Karen. So that's the setup, and then you can choose whatever works for you in terms of time and money, because those are often the limitations we're dealing with.
How do you get to, sorry, John, how do you get to 8 sessions a week? Do you have 2 on one day?
Yeah. So the program's going to be Sunday evenings we're going to do. I'm going to switch it to an evening. So I need to integrate back into some kind of family life. I'm planning to go back to the UK. So Sunday evening, and then a Monday afternoon. Tuesday we'll have 2 sessions, afternoon, evening. Wednesday afternoon, Thursday afternoon, evening. Friday just the afternoon, and then Sunday evening. So that's 8 sessions a week. But we will cover the text and the workbook. So in the sessions where we do 1 a day, there'll be we'll do both the workbook and the text reading in that session. So we'll cover it and so you have if you can't join the live session for some or all of it, you'll have the recording of the material. And I've got pre-recorded material from last year. So a lot of those live sessions that we did are on that material. So I will make those available in the email. You can link in and watch the video and get the podcast and stuff. So yeah. So that's I will put out an email and WhatsApp message on Tuesday. We'll have a break tomorrow. We'll put out an email and WhatsApp message about it on Tuesday, and then I'd like to arrange to meet with each of one of you one-on-one and just have a chat about the process that you went through and get some feedback. Ideally, if you can give me a testimonial, that'd be amazing. So arrange with me to meet for say half an hour on Zoom sometime in the week. And Elaine and Katie, we need to do some coaching so we can do it around that. All right. So anything else to share, anyone? Otherwise, let's go. Let's crack on, shall we? Because it's already 3:25. So let's have a look at today's lesson, shall we? Okay. So let me know if you can see the screen. Everyone see the screen?
Yep.
So just the quote, which kind of ties very nicely, and it's a nice lead into the lesson, from a Korean master called Woo Myung. I'm not exactly sure how you pronounce that. Woo Myung, or Woo Myung, which I picked up. So someone want to read that? Elaine, you read that for us?
The human mind is an illusion, so it does not exist, even though it may seem to exist. However, the mind of God is the entity of truth, which actually exists, although it has no form.
Any thoughts on that?
It actually ties up with your coining of the phrase pure formless awareness.
Yeah, formless awareness.
Yeah, which is the state of mind we're trying to achieve. And so that we no longer have these illusions. And so that also we can recognize that the perception and the mind is one thing, and it's formless. And it's an awareness. It's a frame of mind. It's a state of awareness, which I would love to have experienced one day. I think sometimes I sort of get closer to it, you know. I sense that I'm sort of hovering around it sometimes. But it's never, I mean, you described that experience, you know, when you did Vipassana, which, you know, and I think sometimes I kind of get to a point where I can feel that there isn't this interference in the mind. But it's nothing like hugely profound like you described.
Yeah, but I had to do 9 days of meditating for 12 hours a day, something like that, living like a monk in silence to get it, you know. So it was
plus all the work that you've done, on, you know, on this path.
Yeah, it was a culmination of a lot of work and a 9-day process that was mind washing, really, that just allowed that to just open up and give me a little glimpse. Really, it was just a tiny glimpse because it was only a minute or two, maybe less, of just wow. Okay, just I wasn't even saying wow, it just was what it was, because that's the nature of it. It just is. And then afterwards, there was this kind of interpretation. It's just the Holy Spirit really coming in, saying, "Oh, okay." But from that experience, you can see so clearly now that yes, this is just an illusion, and the entire world is a product of the human mind, as he calls it, which is the egoic mind. And the world is an illusion because that mind is an illusion. And so we're living in the projection of an illusory self-concept. And I really just saw that. So I got it experientially. And everything we've done here is just a justification for that illusion in the mind to continue. The ego just wants to continue on its track, thinking those thoughts, feeling those feelings, and the world is the justification for those thoughts and feelings. And I just experientially, that just dropped. It was like, I just see, and I see why they call it the veil of illusion, because it was like a veil just lifted, and I got that glimpse into this pure formless awareness. And that's actually why I coined the term after that. I was like, well, what can I call that? Pure formless awareness. That's all it was. There was no other awareness in that moment. So that's what we're opening. You're opening the door to that. And if you can start getting glimpses of it, and you can start having that feed through into your experience, then that's profound. But don't necessarily expect revelation straight away, because there's all this mind training. What I like about the course is it's saying, look, revelation is one thing, and that can come when you're ready. But you've got to clear your mind away first. You've got to clear away the blocks to that awareness first, and that's what the mind training is. And so you can actually do it very practically, very systematically, and progressively. You can do this mind training, just clear away the blocks to allow those kinds of experiences to happen, and they happen when they happen. It might happen in meditation. It might happen just randomly, but it's because you've done the preparation work that it does happen. Okay, so that's that quote, which will lead us into the mind training. We're going to do, just to give you the program, we're going to do that, then we're going to buddy up, and you're going to do exercise 10 on pages 47, 48 of the course manual, and you'll do that in two, so I'll split you into pairs. That might take an hour or so, maybe a bit longer, depending on how long you need, and then we'll do some holotropic breathing. Then we'll do the reading of the text for today, and then we'll do the holotropic breathing. So it's going to be quite a long session. So hopefully you can all stay until the holotropic breathing, which is really an amazing start to the journey. It's amazing end to the journey, closing out on literally a high note. So I'll talk more about that when we get there. Just do a little introduction to it, as to what the modality is.
How long will it be today?
What, the whole session?
Yeah, I think you said something like 7:30 p.m. German time. Would it be right?
Yeah, maybe a bit later, maybe 8:30. But it just depends on how quickly we get through whatever. So it'll go into the evening.
Okay.
We'll see how quickly we can get through. There's a bit to get through, and I want to read the text because it's very profound. It's also a good way to end it, which is on the message of the crucifixion, which is a profound message. Okay, so that brings us to the lesson. So Katie, do you want to read the main idea and then the first paragraph, please?
My mind is part of God's. I'm very holy. Today's idea doesn't describe the way you see yourself now. It does, however, describe what vision will show you. What vision will show you. It is difficult for anyone who thinks he is in this world to believe this of himself. Yet the reason he thinks he is in this world is because he doesn't believe it.
Okay, so anything stand out for you there?
I have to read that again for me silently. Yeah, it's about the two thought systems, which are because there was this, I don't know how Costa Rica is putting that into word, but it was not, these two thought systems, they are in itself, they are both can be seen as a foundation, and from that foundation, everything else is built on. I think it was chapter 2 or 3, which was about that. Yeah, I think it was chapter 2. I can either decide for Holy Spirit, or I can decide for the ego, and the stream of terror and fear makes completely sense in the ego thought system. It makes completely sense, and everything seems so. Yeah, body is made for it, blood made for it, biological needs are made for it. And there's no doubt, and that I choose that. No one can want to believe.
Yeah, so it just depends on which thought system you want to believe in. Just to review, I'm just going to go to this exercise, because this is really the pivotal. We keep coming back to this because this is the metaphysics, the course all laid out as to how this happened. And one tiny mad idea of separation becomes the foundation of a thought system. And if you want to continue believing that, then all of this makes sense. He says the ego's logic is as impeccable as the Holy Spirit's. Once you accept the premise, once you accept the thought of separation is true, then everything here, the fear, anger, hatred, guilt, it all makes sense, makes logical sense from that perspective. Which is why he says, the ego's thought system is as impeccable as the Holy Spirit's, because it's a foundation. And the logic of it, once you accept that premise, is infallible. Well, then, yes, guilt is justified and there is fear because that separation is true or real. But what he's getting us to do with this process is to question that thought as it shows up in our dream. And it shows up in all these varied ways. If you have fear, you have guilt, sin, these thoughts and emotions make that thought of separation real. So our job is to wash our mind of the belief in the thought of separation. And as he says, he is in this world. It's difficult for anyone who thinks he is in this world to believe this of himself. That vision can show you that your mind is part of God's. You're very holy. It's very difficult. The ego cannot believe that. So the ego believes that it's separate from this. What he's referring to is this. My mind is part of God's, and you can translate God as love, pure formless awareness. Let's go to our glossary of terms, just as a little recap. And you can see what the...
Jono, can you send us the updated one of that glossary of terms, please?
Yeah, so I've actually given it to John. He's got a little task. He's going to put it into alphabetical order for me.
Okay.
So once I've got that, then I can send it out again. So that, you've got all these terms because it's quite helpful. So God, Father, Source is pure formless awareness, or it's unconditional love, or it's perfect oneness. These are all names. You could also call it the ground of being. It's been called that in by philosophers, the ground of being. Oh yeah, just did something. Okay. So the ground of being, perfect oneness, unconditional love, pure formless awareness. These are all just pointers to this awareness, and use whatever point is helpful. So for a lot of people, God is not that helpful as a pointer because they have associations with it, religious associations. If you grew up in any kind of traditional Christian environment, then that idea of God, a concept of a often quite a fearful, wrathful, vengeful God outside of you that needs to be pleased and which can punish you is not the God that he's talking about at all. So then use another term, use love or oneness or beingness, or as I said, my favorite is pure formless awareness because it just points directly to that state of awareness. So it's not an entity, it's a state of mind, it's a state of awareness that he's pointing to with all these lessons. He's saying the problem, we don't believe this. We think we're in the world because we don't believe in this. We've chosen another thought system, and then that thought system, that premise of separation, then creates this illusion. And we think we're in this world because we don't believe. We don't believe this, that my mind is part of God's, my mind is part of love's, my mind is part of pure formless awareness. I'm very holy. We don't believe that fully, which is why we seem to have separated, and why we think we're human. We think we separated from us. That's the ego's core delusion. So it's a good lesson to end the course on, because this is where it's all leading. Your mind is part of God's. And if you want to shorten that, your mind is God's. Your mind is love's. Your mind is pure formless awareness. That's what your mind really is at its foundation. That's its true nature. That's what cannot change. You are very holy. That's the nature of your mind. As it was created, as it still remains. The only thing that's blocking that awareness is your belief in something else, your belief that actually you're separate. That's a self-concept, which then brings into your awareness all of this, so a world of separation and sin and guilt and fear and attack and so on. But your mind is still part of God's. Your mind is still pure formless awareness at its foundation. Okay, so any thoughts, questions, comments on paragraph 1 or the key idea? No?
Hi.
Hi,
Something went wrong here with, I was actually connecting on their Wi-Fi, but fortunately, I'm just having such IT problems here because my phone is also, firstly, the battery's free. I'm just saying, if you lose me again, it's just because of technical issues, but I'm here for now, not on my phone.
Okay, well, why don't you read paragraph 2 first then?
All right. Let's see. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
Yeah, I can't see the text.
There you go. I just made it bigger. Is that helpful? Paragraph 2.
Yeah, I do it and then I lost. Okay, it's back again. You will believe that you are part of where you think you are. That is because you surround yourself with the environment you want. And you want it to protect the image of yourself that you have made. The image is part of this environment. What you see while you believe you are in it is seen through the eyes of the image. This is not vision. Images cannot see.
Okay, does that make sense to you?
You will believe that you are part of where you think you are. Yeah, so in other words, you believe your perceptions. That is because you surround yourself with the environment you want. And you want to protect the image of yourself that you have made. Yeah, so it's just reinforced. What it's saying is that you create your environment through your perceptions, and then you reinforce that all the time. According to what you've chosen for yourself.
So let's have a little review of this again. We have a false self-concept that we're separate from love. We then do this amazing mind trick of going out of our minds. We have the individual self, the guilt and the sin because of that, because we really think we've pulled it off and we've destroyed God or love or oneness. There's naturally a fear that arises because we have this false expectation of punishment appearing real, which seems to be very real to us and very scary. And we think we're going to be punished by this imagined, fearful, wrathful, vengeful God, which is just the ego's insane version of God. It has nothing to do with God or love or pure formless awareness. And from this, we now hurl all of this out of our minds. We're terribly fearful, and we think like we need to run away from this imagined punishment. And so we go out of our minds and we go and hide somewhere in this so-called physical universe that the ego has now projected out of our minds. Okay? So we've created this, we've made up these images out of a thought system based on guilt and sin and fear and attack. And that's the projection nature of the mind. But then we've forgotten that we've done that. So a veil of illusion, of unawareness comes at each stage. And so we've forgotten we've done that. And then we go even further into separation because we create individual bodies which seemingly have their own life. We happen to be in a human form, but there's many forms of this, animals, plants, so on. They all seem to have an individual consciousness, which is given to them apparently by the ego and seems to be confirmed by the image that they've made. So remember, this is all a projection of separation. So the body is an image that the idea of being a separate self has made up in order to confirm that it is separate. And then we create a world of illusion in which this body image seems to live in order to perpetuate the false self-concept, the false self-image. Right? So we surround ourselves with the environment that we want. We want a body because that gives us a seemingly separate identity. And we surround ourselves with an external world because that seems to perpetuate. That seems to say, well, yes, you are a body. And when people meet you, they call you by name and they say, well, you're Elaine and you're Iona and you're Jono. And we believe that. And so we've created an entire construct of the mind, surrounded this body image, which is an image in the mind, with a world of images to perpetuate an illusory self-concept, which is this, that we are an individual, we are actually quite helpless, we're powerless, we are victims of this pretty unfair world that we've created, and limitation, lack, loneliness, and suffering are all part of our experience here. And that gives us a separate identity. Well, who suffers, as Romano would say? Who suffers? Because if there's no one to suffer, then the suffering disappears. But if you identify with a character in the dream that suffers, then suffering appears to be very real. And the world appears to be very real. And your belief in you being a victim just perpetuates it, perpetuates this world of illusion. So, as he says here very clearly, the image is part of the environment. The body image is part of this environment. And what you see while you believe you're in it, in the body, in the image, is seen through the eyes of the image. Right, so you're seeing with an image. But the image isn't true. As he says, this isn't vision, this is not vision, and the images cannot really see. So your body, which is an image, a projection of the mind, cannot really see anything. It's an image. How can an image really see truly? It's like a holographic, we've zoomed ourselves into a holographic image, because that's all the body is. We've identified with that so much. And now the image seems to see. We've given the image the power to have sight and sound, hearing and touch and taste and smell. And that seems to make the other images that surround it real. But the whole thing's a holographic projection of the mind. This is what he's saying. It's quite a profound paragraph. He's pointing us to the nature of the whole illusion and saying this is not vision. If you're seeing through the body's eyes and you're making that real in your mind, this is not seeing at all. It's not vision. You cannot really see anything through the eyes of the image. What you see is illusion. What you see is what the image wants you to see, which is this world that the ego has made up of separate bodies, separation. There's fear, guilt, sin, attack. It's laced with it. And we look upon the world and what's happening in the world today, and we see these thoughts projected out quite clearly. There's another war. Okay, well, that's nothing new. So we have a war in the Ukraine. Everyone's scared, fearful. We have the COVID pandemic running in the background, etc. And all of this really is designed to make us feel fearful, to make us feel insecure, fearful that we are a victim of this unfair world that's outside of us. And he's saying this is not seeing at all. You're seeing from the image. The idea that you're a victim and the body image that it creates is not, it will not give you vision. Vision is, to go to our glossary, vision is spiritual vision. Vision is seeing from the perspective of oneness. I think we have vision somewhere here. There we go. Holy Spirit's perception of anything. In other words, spiritual sight. So we might say this is the perception based on the principle of oneness. That's what vision means. So in other words, vision, looking upon any of this stuff, will say this simply isn't true. This simply is not true. It's not real. Therefore, it has no true power to affect me because only this is true. That's what vision tells you. That only love, this pure formless awareness, is actually true, and none of this is true. Which is a very simple idea, isn't it? But to actually apply it in practice is what we're training our minds to do. Because as these things show up in our world, it's very tempting to believe in them, to react to them mentally and emotionally, and make them real in your mind. And so we need mind training to stop that process, to let these thoughts and emotions go, and not fall into the trap of the ego, which it's setting continuously. The world is its trap. It's designed the world precisely to perpetuate this false self-concept. So the images perpetuate this if you believe them, but you still have a choice. Even down here, the lowest self-concept of the victim, you still have a choice to change your mind. And when we did the naming your game exercise, that was the change of mind, wasn't it? It's like saying, okay, so let me look at that false self-concept, that image I've made of myself, and let me change my mind. Because this self-concept is not ever going to work. It's not going to bring me happiness and peace and what I truly want. So I must change it. And then you turn it around, and then you start practicing perception. You're perceiving now from the higher self, from this oneness. Now you perceive everything. And so this true self becomes more strong and stronger in your mind, and this one starts to fade away and get weakened and undone. And that's what this 6 weeks has been the start of, helping you to do. Okay, so that's quite a good summary, I hope. Any questions so far? Paragraph 2. Any thoughts, comments on that? Anyone?
I had the thought of the idea of artificial intelligence, which and it helped me to see any belief in the egoic vision as being something artificially constructed, and that really worked for me.
Actually the ego is the artificial intelligence, really.
Exactly. That's that's what I came to realize. And then we're really getting ourselves in a stranglehold. If we've got the egoic idea, which creates artificial intelligence in this world, it's like one further step removed from source.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's just the ego spinning itself out into another form.
Yeah.
It seems to be real, but is it really real? I was reading about, I don't know if you know about NFTs. Basically, it's some kind of blockchain register for digital assets. But it's just, I was just like, this just sounds completely ludicrous. There's people selling these NFTs for like millions of dollars, and it's like a register of a digital asset that they've registered, which is like a picture of a rock or something. You're going, how on earth does that sell for $1.7 million? It just makes absolutely no sense at all.
Wow.
You see, but it's insanity, and then this insanity gets projected out, and go, oh well, this is real because it's now it's an image projected onto the screen of time and space. It's 4-dimensional screen, and if you don't have the discernment, you just believe all of this. You go, okay, well this is happening. Yeah, that. If you question the entire thought system, it just really doesn't make any sense at all. So this is
recording in progress.
You don't accept, you just believe all of it. Right, Elaine, you're in twice. You know how you came in twice. Okay.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm just going to remove her one.
I'm just trying to.
Okay, so I just removed you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I did. It's just I'm back on my laptop, which is much better.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Otherwise, there's feedback. So. We were just saying the artificial intelligence, that the ego is now coming up with, which is like, oh, amazing! Look at but it's still illusion. Okay, even if it can do magic things on the dream level, because it's so smart and quick and so on. It's still not true or real. There's nothing of real substance there, because only perfect oneness is the true intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Only that is intelligence, actually. This is not intelligent at all.
Wow.
It's a simple distinction.
An illusion of an illusion. Then we're really down the wormhole.
Yeah, but we've been doing this. Now our technology has been doing this for years.
Yeah.
Modern technology is just spinning more of a dream. I mean, if you think about what technology is trying to do, it's trying to make this world a better place.
Yeah.
Generally. And sometimes they invent things like atomic bombs, which can destroy everything as well. But by and large, the technology we're told is good for us is designed to make our lives better and easier in this world, isn't it? That's supposedly the purpose of it. And what Jesus is trying to teach us is, look, it doesn't matter what you do in this world. A world based on a false idea, that's based on the premise of guilt and sin and fear and attack, is never going to work. It doesn't matter how much technology you invent and how quickly your computers can process information and how much you automate things to make your lives easier. These things will continue because they are the foundation of the ego's thought system. And we kind of see that. I mean, look, we're supposedly at the peak of human civilization. Like all this technology, we've given birth to this AI. It's like kind of shades of the Matrix. And yet, okay, we've got another war now. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, so how advanced is that? One country's going to go and attack another. We want what you have, so we're going to go and attack you, and we're going to kill and make people suffer. This is not advanced thinking at all. It's very primitive. So that's still going on, not just in Russia and Ukraine, but elsewhere on the planet. And then we have this ludicrous situation of the pandemic. Now, we're all supposed to be very fearful of this and supposed to be taking multiple vaccines. I mean, I got a text the other day saying, time for a booster, because just to protect you even more. I was just like, do people really buy this? That is just so primitive marketing. I mean, just like, come on, do you think we're idiots? To protect you even more. Okay, so the first one didn't quite work, but the second one's going to work better. You gotta just laugh. It's just crazy. Madness, really. Time for a booster. So, and they, but people believe this, because if you believe the thought system, if you believe you really are a separate self, then the thought system of the ego is logical. Then you have to believe the whole thing. So what you've done over the last 6 weeks is really started to question this, I hope.
Yeah.
That idea of separation really is highly questionable, and in fact is not true.
Could we go back to the lesson?
Yes. So we're at paragraph 3.
Thank you.
Would you like to read that for us, Katie?
Yeah. The idea for today is a very difficult view of yourself. By establishing choice, it establishes your identity, and it describes you as you must really be in truth. And it describes you really be in truth. We will use somewhat different occasions for today's idea, because the emphasis for today is on the perceiver rather than on what he perceives. Rather than on what.
Okay. So any thoughts on that, Katie? Katie might have dropped off briefly. Any other thoughts?
No, I didn't drop.
You played it out for a bit.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like that this is about watching me as a dreamer
Mm-hmm.
instead of, watching me as a dreamer. When I watched myself as a dreamer, I got both. When I would just watch the dream, then I will. Yeah. When I watch the dreamer, I also watch what the dreamer is thinking about, but less attached.
He's asking us to look at the image that we've made of ourselves. Okay, this is the self-concept that is attached to the image of the body. So it's an image in your mind. And we even talk about it in language. We say the self-image. There's in today's world, there's image consultants. We're going to change your image. And then they consult to very important people and say, no, we've got to adjust your image. But it's an image. It's not true. So this is focusing on your self-concept. Just actually very similar to the work we did in previous Sundays, because we talked about your self-concept in the Name Your Game exercise, and you turned that around in the Flip Your Flop. And then we looked at the self-concept again and how that expands out into the values. So exercise 8, the blueprint for your higher self. So this is quite reminiscent of that, as you'll see. Because he talks about how you're seeing yourself, how do you perceive yourself. So you might find some of your flop characteristics coming up in this exercise, and you might find more kind of grandiose ideas about yourself. But he's saying, well, look at all of them and realize that illusions have no direction in reality. So let's read number 4. Iona, do you want to read number 4?
For each of the 3 5-minute practice periods today, begin by repeating today's idea to yourself, and then close your eyes and search your mind for the various kinds of descriptive terms in which you see yourself. Include all the ego-based attributes which you ascribe to yourself, positive or negative, desirable or undesirable, grandiose or debased. All of them are equally unreal because you do not look upon yourself through the eyes of holiness.
Okay, anything stand out for you there?
Well, yeah, the fact that I did that on a long walk this morning.
Okay.
I ended up laughing. It was really not looking at myself through the eyes of holiness. It was very much ego-based. Yes.
So you saw it while you were so you were practicing the lesson, or you were just, the ego was kind of trying to hijack the walk?
Well, I hadn't actually read the lesson, but I was doing the ego-based thoughts coming up. Yeah. And I, yeah, perhaps ending up laughing at myself was a good thing. Yeah, it was a good thing for sure.
Yeah, well, then you make light of it. Laughter's like, well,
Yeah.
this isn't really true.
That's like the mind watching that we were talking, the brainwashing and the brain watching. So if you've got to catch yourself in the moment to actually apply the lessons so that you can correct the error.
Which is why he's giving you regular practice. He's saying, okay, so do this a few times for longer times, but short little mind training, so 30 seconds a minute. It doesn't need to take longer than that. So you just mind yourself continuously. And if you're not able to do that entirely, but if you can bring it to mind a few times in the day, particularly when you needed it, then it's working for you.
Yeah.
But it's just to catch yourself in the moment and say, okay, but I've actually got to practice now. There's this idea for the day. I can apply it to the situation, and that can help me to let it go, to not believe these thoughts and let it develop into a full-blown emotional reaction. Because the ego, what it wants you to do is go, oh, thought, and then thought leads to emotion, and you start feeling it, and then that leads to more similar thoughts. And before you know it, you're down the rabbit hole into a full-blown ego drama in your mind. And then now it's got the biochemistry of the body hijacked and trained to its ways. Now it's harder because you've got all these chemicals firing off in your system that seem to perpetuate the state. If you've got cortisol and adrenaline going on in your mind, in your body, then it perpetuates this kind of state and this kind of thinking, and so then it becomes harder. And if you fired off that pattern a lot, you've got the biochemistry enslaved to the ego's purposes. Then it takes some undoing because you've got this pattern that wants to fire. So yes, stimulus, I react straight away, biochemistry fires off, I go into my normal fight or flight response mode. And this is saying, no, stop it. And you stop it with awareness, bring in a thought, do some breathing. That's why I incorporate the breath, because it really helps. And just let it go. And start undoing that whole pattern. And if you've done it for years and years and years, habitually, then it's going to take some time to undo it.
Yeah.
It's not just going to happen overnight, because it's such a deeply entrenched pattern. And we have these images, the body, and our mind has got very attached to that image.
Yeah.
And so the mind and the body now seem to work together, the ego, mind, and the body, because the body is its chosen home, to perpetuate the illusion of the ego's identity. And to unwind ourselves from that is quite a process.
It is a process.
Yeah.
Which
is why this is not, although it's simple in principle, the practice of it is quite difficult.
Yeah.
You're saying, well, I'm not a body anymore. Okay, so all of my senses are not telling me the truth. I mean, it's quite mind-blowing, really. I'm an image, there's an image, and the image is seeing stuff, and none of what I see or feel or touch or taste or smell or perceive, because none of what I'm interpreting, therefore, is real. Yeah. Wow. I mean, if that doesn't blow your mind a little bit, nothing will. So it's I mean, just a simple lesson like that, a few paragraphs. I mean, this points us all the way back home, doesn't it? It tells us what the whole dream is about, and it points us back to the truth in a few paragraphs. And that's the power of this course. You know, in these very simple lessons, a few words, a few paragraphs, he's giving us the whole truth, just another angle on it. And he's giving us different angles on it every day, so that our mind can start to really get this in different ways. Because you might find that this lesson really works for you, and another one you're not quite getting. But this one you really penetrated through the defense that the ego has, and you really got it. Okay, so any thoughts on paragraph 4, anyone? Questions? Saying fairly straightforward, all of them, all of these images of yourself, the ego-based attributes which you ascribe to yourself, positive or negative, grandiose, desirable, undesirable, grandiose or debased, all of them are equally unreal because you do not look upon yourself through the eyes of holiness. Interesting. So he's asking to do it for both, right? What the ego can also do is say, oh, no, you know, the ego's self-image can puff itself up and say, oh, no, you actually, you're amazing. You know, you're really talented, or you're really fabulous, or you're really, you know, he uses a couple here. You're really charitable. You're really virtuous. But is it really coming from pure formless awareness? Or is it just the ego's attempt to counteract the negativity? That's the question. And so he's asking us to let it all go, to go into this pure formless awareness. And if we can really get there, then naturally what arises is our true identity as love. And so it's a stripping away. Just strip away all the images, because none of them are true. Go back to your pure awareness. And then from there, that essence identity, you feel it. So I am love, I am power, you all discovered your essence identities. That then is the truth. And then you reconstruct, and we say, okay, well, you know, so what values might I have? And you might have a similar value. You might say, well, I'm charitable, well, I'm kind, I'm caring, but now it's actually true. It's coming from your source, because you've stripped away the ego's version of it. So, you know, if people go around saying, well, I'm so virtuous, you'd probably suspect that they maybe weren't, wouldn't you? I don't know if you've encountered people who, you know, say that, you know, the holier than thou, oh, well, I'm so charitable and I'm so virtuous. And they actually say this about themselves. And if you have to say it, then it's probably not true. Because why would you need to say it? You know, your words and your actions should just demonstrate it. So then it's not really authentic. It's another part of the ego's false self-image. So he's asking us in this exercise to search our mind and to find all of these lurking, all of these resident characteristics. So it's a bit of a refresh on the name your game exercise, and then to see them for what they are and to let them go. And open your mind to the holiness, which is really the pure formless awareness, right? Holiness is the awareness of what's pure and formless, that has nothing to do with the self-image at all, which is your essence identity. So it's a little recap or refresh on the name your game process, and then the flipping your flop that we did earlier in the course. Okay, number 5. Who hasn't read? Marlene, will you read number 5 for us?
Sure. In the earlier part of the mind searching period, you will probably emphasize what you consider to be the more negative aspects of your perception of yourself. Toward the latter part of the exercise period, however, more self-inflating descriptive terms may well cross your mind. Try to recognize that the direction of your fantasies about yourself does not matter. Illusions have no direction in reality. They are merely not true.
Okay, so anything strike you there?
Try to recognize that the direction of your fantasies about yourself does not matter, and that the illusions have no direction in reality. They are merely not true.
Does that
So
resonate?
it's again, yes, very much so. So again, it's about that mind watching and seeing what you are identifying with, and recognize it immediately to see that it is just a fantasy. It is an illusion, and not something that is of any substance per se. And that those illusions, they don't have anything for you to hold on to, or to make yourself to be that real thing that you're seeing. It's not there, it's not true. So again, it's flipping, it's completely flipping what it is that we have been doing for forever, seeing it and saying, but this is really not the truth, it's not reality, it is an illusion.
Yeah, well said. And just a point there about the the negative and the more self-inflating descriptive terms may well cross your mind. So what the ego wants to do is to puff itself up. So one of the counteractions to the victim is, from the ego's point of view, is, oh well no, I'm not the victim, but I'm still a separate self. So I'll puff myself up into what we traditionally think of as, we say if someone's got a big ego, think Donald Trump as a classic example of this kind of ego, where it becomes all puffed up and aren't I so amazing, and it's it's self-inflating, like trying to be bigger, better, usually at the expense of someone else, bigger, better than someone else, right? So I have to be amazing, everyone else has to be below me, because that's how I puff myself up. And that's what we often think of, oh well, the guy's got an enormous ego. Actually, it's just another form of the ego. If you have a serious victim identity, then you also have an enormous ego. It's just playing out in a different way. But the grandiosity he's talking about is really at the level of pride. If you look at the scale of consciousness, 175, pride, just below courage, where you actually start to think it's feasible to really transform your mind and really go into the true self. But below that, there's this pride of like, no, I get it, I'm fine. And that self-image, the grandiose self-image, is really running the show. And so that's what we typically think of as a big ego. And that's not true, is what he's trying to say. Look, that's not true either. You puff yourself up, you self-inflate yourself. It's still an image. And whether it's the littleness or the grandiosity of the ego, it's the same thing. It's a false self-image. It's not true. And so your illusions have no direction in reality. They're merely not true. So anything below the level of 200 here is merely not true and should be let go of, because it blocks your awareness of the truth that will start to unfold as you go to 200 and above. And you notice the level of 200 is courage. So it's the courage to face that self-image and go, yeah, okay, well, maybe I've been wrong. Really look, and I congratulate all of you for doing that, because you've really looked in the mirror and said, yeah, well, maybe I've been wrong my whole life. Maybe my self-image simply isn't true. And so my fantasies have no meaning in truth. My entire self-image on which my life is based has no meaning, and I'm willing to really look at that and let it go. That is not a trivial thing to do. In fact, that's what the courage is. It's like to face the image of yourself, of this false self you've constructed, and go, oh, that's really, that's not nice. I don't want that anymore. And so my entire life has been wrong up to this point, because I believed in a false self. And that's not that easy to do. You really have to humble yourself. Hence the pride is the final barrier. You have to humble yourself and say, no, I don't really know what I'm doing. That's the truth of the matter. Put in blunt terms, I don't really know what I'm doing. I've been wrong, and I'm willing to be corrected then. But if I have the pride that says, no, actually I do know what I'm doing, then that's never going to happen. Because you go, no, I know, Jesus, it's okay. I know what I'm doing. I've got this handled. And he's going, no, you really don't. Trust me, you don't. But usually the only way we're going to learn is through pain, because pain then says, okay, actually maybe I don't have it handled because I'm suffering, and my life isn't actually working, and that's often then the awakening to say, okay, enough of the pain. I don't want this anymore. I'm really willing to change my mind, like fundamentally, because I want love and peace and joy, and I want these more than anything else. And so that's what you've actually all made the decision for. Yes, I want these states of mind as part of my daily experience, and I don't want all of this stuff, because we've all done this, haven't we? We've done the pride and the anger, desire and fear, maybe a bit of grief, quite a lot of grief, maybe in there, apathy, guilt, shame. It's all part of the ego's thought system, and it's really not functional, and it doesn't make us feel good. So you're willing to say now, no, I'm willing to drop it all, let all of this go. None of this is true for me anymore. And that means that I've got to let go of the self. So you can't do this unless you're willing to collapse the self-image. It doesn't happen otherwise. You can't go, oh, well, I'll make a better false self. This is the approach of some parts, like a lot of personal growth. Well, I'll make a better false self. I'll make a better image, and then I'll feel better about myself. And so that might take you to pride at that level, but it's not going to take you beyond 200. It might get you to sort of 200, but beyond 200, you have to let go of the self that's made up all of this, that thinks these thoughts, feels these emotions. There's no way of getting into these higher reaches with the ego. The grandiose self is not going to get you there. Pride is a major block often for people to really have the courage to transform. So again, I congratulate all of you for being willing to do it.
So Jono, I must tell you that whilst I was down at the coast, I went to a hospice shop, and something said, just go and have a look at the bookshelf. And I picked up the book Power versus Force.
Okay.
For $20, and it's like it's brand new. So I started reading it whilst I was down there, and it is really phenomenal. It's exceptional. It's one of the books that I actually have never had, and I'm loving it. So for everybody, it's just really very, very powerful.
But who is that written by?
David Hawkins. So that's what this whole map of consciousness is based on. It's brilliant.
Yeah. So if you want to dive deeper into this, and the theory behind it, and how he came up with it, and kinesiology, which is a way of really testing this. It's a way of seeing what these energies are in this on this dimension.
Yeah.
Then read the book Power versus Force, because he goes into it. Yeah, so read his book.
And how these books come to you when you. It's like I was also at the AIDS center in Hillcrest, and I was with my friend, and she went to also second-hand bookshop there, and she said, oh, look at these amazing books I found. And there was one, and there was Louise Hay. And I had just, I've been walking around with this book, and I've been wanting to read it. And somewhere along the way, I just lost it in all my moving around. And I said to her, oh man, I've just lost this book. And she said to me, oh, well, yeah, it's for you. I just bought it for someone. It was just like $20. And it's such a good book. And so it just came to me, and I think these things come to you. They come to us.
Totally.
Yeah, when it's right. If you're in that frequency, this is how it works.
Because it's like such a mission, even if you want a book, you have to go and find it and source it and Amazon and wait and pay a fortune and so we don't do it, And then it just comes to you on a platter.
Yeah. It's like, what are the chances?
What are the chances?
It's wonderful.
I mean, how many of these books are there even sitting in secondhand books around the world,
Exactly.
bookstores?
The amazing thing is, for 20 Rand, you can pick up such wisdom and knowledge. I mean, 20 Rand will buy your coffee. And yet you can actually, for 20 Rand, you can get like the wisdom of the universe. Amazing. available. So it's all there. It just depends on what you want to choose to spend your time and money on. All available. And if you start going into the frequency of this, which you've done over the last 6 weeks, then you're saying, well, I'm available. I'm open to this, so bring it on. And then the universe, okay. Well, it's really the spirit, like directing. So things then just start to happen in the strange and miraculous ways. We call them miracles or synchronicities. You can't really explain these logically, but it's a quantum field. You tapping in. You've now gone into your pure formless awareness. If we go back here, you're going into this more and more, and that brings in an intelligence into this world that is not of the ego, and then these things kind of show up. So the spirit, is the reinterpretation of the ego's thought system, and then these things, because you're cleaning your mind of all the blocks, these things then start to flow into your life, and we can't really fully understand how it works, but you don't have to. You just have to know that it does work. You don't have to understand how your car works to drive it, do you? Fortunately, otherwise there'd be very few drivers on the road. But I don't actually understand how this thing works, but it works. I can get it and I can drive it. It takes me from A to B. It's the same thing with miracles. I don't really actually have to understand exactly how it works. I can have some idea, but the mechanics of it are beyond human conception. But I can use it. I can just apply this law, and if I use it, it works. Just use these divine laws, and so that's what you've been trained in the last 6 months, the last 6 weeks, is to use a different way of thinking, and you're tapping in to different laws which will work for you, and you don't have to worry about how they work. They just do work, and then you start seeing it show up in your life, and you go, wow, this actually does work. And I don't really understand it, because you don't truly understand, but that's okay. You don't have to understand. David Hoffman says, well, you're careless, you're carefree, and you're clueless. Clueless, cared for, and carefree. You actually don't know anymore. You just go, I don't know anymore. But what I do know is that this power can do it. If I just surrender and I give my mind to this, then it's going to orchestrate everything. That's what you start trusting more and more. Okay, so any questions on this lesson? Otherwise, let's go into some practice, because the rest of it is the practice of it. So I'll take you into a meditation to guide you through this. Everyone up for that?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to put yourself on mute. I'll mute everyone. Mute all. Okay, so just making yourself comfortable. Sitting with your feet shoulder width apart. Cup your hands in your lap. Keep your back straight. Close your eyes. And begin by repeating today's idea to yourself. As you take a nice deep breath in, notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Clench the sphincter muscle, lock the energy in. Feel this warm wave of energy rising up the spine into your heart center and on up into the crown of your head. So it's a maximal inhale breath. Pause at the top of the inhale and just repeat today's idea to yourself. My mind is part of God's. My mind is part of love's. If you prefer the term love to God, use that. And I am very holy. And then just try and feel into this holiness. Holiness is really a pointer. It's a term used to describe this pure formless awareness. There's no subject, object, thought. There's just an awareness, and that awareness is aware of itself. That's holiness. So go there, breathe into that. Take another sip of air in. And now search your mind for the various kinds of descriptive terms in which you see yourself. So you can include all the ego-based attributes that you ascribe to yourself, whether those are positive or negative, or you think of as desirable or undesirable, or grandiose or debased. So just bring them to mind. Maybe you think, I am so lazy, I am angry, I am imposed on, I see myself as depressed, I see myself as failing, I see myself as threatened or endangered, I see myself as helpless, I see myself as a victim. Just notice all these thoughts arising fairly objectively. You just observe them. Jesus says all of them are equally unreal because you do not look upon yourself through the eyes of holiness. So what you're going to do now is just choose to let these go. The breeze of your breath. Exhale out through your mouth. Have a sense of just releasing these false attributes. This is a part of the false self-image that the ego has made for you. And you just blow them all away with the breeze of your breath into the nothingness that they really are. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just rest here in peace and stillness for a few moments. Notice the holiness that's there when you let go of everything else, all the attributes that are false, and what must remain is the truth of your holiness. Say to yourself again, my mind is part of God's. My mind is part of love's. My mind is love's. My mind is God's, if you prefer to shorten that. I am very holy. And just be aware of that holiness arising in your mind right now, not sometime in the past or the future. Right now in your experience. Breathe in again. Nice deep breath in. Through the nose, notice how the stomach pushes out. The chest rises, clenching the sphincter muscle, locking the energy in. Drawing the energy up the spine. Into your heart center. Put one hand on your heart. Connecting with your heart space. Just feel this holiness arising in your mind, in your heart. Say to yourself, my mind is part of God's, part of love's. My mind is love's. Shorten that even more. I am love. I am this presence. I am that I am. And there is no other. So I am very holy. That's your true nature. This is a pointer into your true holy nature. Notice any grandiose terms that occur to you. Scan your mind again. Notice any terms, negative or positive, desirable or undesirable, grandiose or debased. See myself as charitable. See myself as successful. See myself as virtuous. Whatever the term is. And be willing to let it go, because it's actually not the truth either. It's just another false self-image. You're going to let it all go. Exhale. And blow these false self-images away like clouds. Right? These are like misty clouds and vaporous illusions in your mind. They have no substance. They have no reality. Just clouds scudding around on the lower levels of your mind, actually blocking the awareness of the truth, which is the blue sky beyond, which is your pure, formless awareness, and the light of your source that shines through it. So blow these all away now. Pull the lower stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out with the breath. And just rest here for a few moments. In the gap between breaths, you open in to this portal to pure formless awareness. So just rest your mind there for a few moments. There's really nothing to think about, nowhere else to go. Just this glimpse into this timeless, eternal reality that Jesus is pointing us to through these lessons. So breathe in again. Nice deep inhale through the nose. Notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Clench the sphincter muscle so you lock the energy in. Feel this warm wave of energy rising up the spine, the tingling thread up the spine, stopping at your heart center. Feel the presence of this energy, this presence in your heart. Put one hand on your heart, just to connect in with your heart space. Bringing the attention there. This is where the holiness resides, where we can have a strong felt sense of it in our heart, not in our minds, not in our brains. And so you breathe this presence in. Say to yourself one more time, my mind is part of God's or love's. My mind is God's or love's. My mind is love. I am love. I am pure formless awareness. So I am very holy. And then you exhale and just drop into that. Letting everything go, all resistance, all self-concepts, any thoughts about the world which are related to your self-image. And you just drop them into the nothingness they really are. Letting them all go, blowing them away with the breeze of your breath. Pull the lower stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And just allow this pure, formless awareness to arise in your mind. You let go of everything else, all the fantasies. As Jesus says, illusions have no direction in reality. Direction of your fantasies about yourself does not matter. They're merely not true. So when you let them all go, you open up to this awareness, your holiness, pure formless awareness, then naturally you find peace and love and joy and happiness, everything you truly want, just waiting for you there. So give yourself this experience now for the next few minutes of deep silence. Just breathe in and out through your nose, observing the breath flowing into the nostrils and out of the nostrils. Just continue to watch your breath and let the breath take you deeper and deeper with each breath, going deeper and deeper to this still, calm, quiet place in your mind. Place of pure awareness, pure formless awareness, beyond the breath, beyond the body, the senses, beyond the self-image you've constructed, beyond all your illusions lies the truth of this awareness that is your true awareness. So just allow it to arise. You've let go, done a little mind training exercise to prepare yourself. And now it's just letting go and letting God. Let God, love, pure formless awareness reveal itself to you. The next couple of minutes of deep silence, there's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe in and out through your nose, observe the breath, watch the breath objectively, in a detached way. So there's no need to attach to any of it. Just allow it to arise for the next few minutes of deep silence. Sink in to this holiness Jesus is pointing to, beyond the dream, beyond the self-image that you've constructed. Say one more time as an invitation to this presence. That's, my mind is part of God's or love's. My mind is love's. My mind is God's. My mind is this pure formless awareness. And so I'm very holy. And then sink into it. Just give yourself a chance to experience it fully for the next few minutes of deep silence. And so just noticing any thoughts and emotions arising, any things coming in to disturb you. Just apply the idea to it. So any thought that arises because of a self-image. So if it's a thought of fear, you might see yourself as a victim. You might see yourself as threatened. Say, I see myself as threatened or in danger. I see myself as imposed upon. You think someone or something's trying to control you. I see myself as, if you're sad, I see myself as depressed or sad. Just bring these to mind briefly, and then imagine they're like clouds. These just obscure the pure formless awareness, which is your true nature. So you blow them away with the breeze of your breath to the nothingness they really are. Just clearing the way for your pure formless awareness to shine through. Include any positive thoughts. You think of the victorious or charitable or virtuous, just blow those away too. It's still an image, a more positive image, but it's still false. What you're trying to do is get to the very core, the very essence of your pure formless awareness, to experience that directly. Strip everything away. Experience what we call love. For many of you, your identity was I am love. So you experience that loving presence. Don't even have to put a name to it. It's the I am presence, the I am that I am. So blow everything else away. The breeze of your breath, pull the lower stomach into your spine, expel it all away. It's like dark clouds just being blown away, and sink back into your pure formless awareness, to the blue sky, your true awareness. Just experience that for another couple of minutes of deep silence. There's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just be what you are, the I am presence, the very holy presence. So my mind is part of God's or love's. My mind is love's. My mind is this pure formless awareness. I am very holy. Just sink into the experience of that for another 2 minutes of deep silence. And so just you bring your awareness gently back from this deep state. Remind yourself of your essence identity that we discovered in this course. You discovered. What was that word, that phrase? For many of it was love. So use it now. Say, I am very holy. My mind is part of God's. My mind is part of this pure formless awareness, this presence. I am, and then use your essence identity. Say it. You stripped away all the false self-images, and only this remains. I am this. And feel the power of that. You say, I am love. Or I am power. You allow the feeling that comes with that presence, this self-concept, your higher self, to arise naturally in your mind, in your heart. Feel it. You feel it in every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. He is part of this presence. He is this presence. He is very holy. He is the love. Feel it. And then from this presence, this true identity, you're going to just say your blueprint characteristics or qualities to yourself. So you might say, I am kind. I am happy. I am loving. I am caring. I am determined. I am persevering. I am proactively guided. So these are all just aspects, really extensions of this true identity. They are not false self-images. Not trying to puff yourself up into anything you're not. Believe in a false self-image. They are the natural extension of your true identity. And so notice the difference in quality compared with the qualities that we looked at, the ego qualities, to start the exercise. Became aware of and let go. These have a different feel to them because they're coming from your essence, from the truth. They feel more real, they feel more solid, more tangible, more substance, a sense of depth to them, of fulfillment. Just notice these feelings because it's how you train your mind to discern the difference between what is false and what is true, between the true and the false self. The ego is constructed to take the place of your true self. Just knowing what it feels like. Able to identify which feeling is true, which is false. That's enormously valuable. That's why we do this mind training. Let's say one more time. My mind is part of God's or love's. My mind is God's. My mind is love's. I am very holy. I am. Say your essence statement. And then repeat these 7 to 10 qualities, character traits that you came up with in exercise 8, a blueprint for your higher self. Slowly, deliberately to yourself and feel into them. Feel the power of them. Feel that they really are just part of your essence, expressing itself in this world. They're not separate in any way. They're just aspects of this diamond, facets of the multifaceted diamond of the one self that you are, that you describe as I am, and whatever that word is, that describes the self that you are. I am love. I am power. I am enough. Use whichever term was your essence. Feel into it. Accept it deeply. This is the foundation stone of your life, the rest of your life. And you live from this presence, from this day forward. So it is said, and so it is done. And you can express all of these qualities, the blueprint for your higher self. You can express these daily. So this is how you act this out. This is how you live it. When the rubber meets the road in your daily experience. I am kind, expression of love. I am compassionate, expression of love. I am persevering, expression of love. I persevere through the difficulties that the ego throws up for me. I am determined. I am proactively guided by this presence. And it's all there for you. It's all in your essence, identity, and in those values or qualities, your blueprint. So say them now to yourself. And make a decision in your mind that this is the way you're going to live your life, based on this foundation. For the rest of your human life. You will get up every day and you will remind yourself of these, and you will try and live this essence, live these qualities to the best of your ability, moment by moment, hour by hour, day by day, month by month, year by year, until the journey of time is over. And this work, this mind training will take you back into your pure formless awareness, back to who you really are. The mind of God, as today's lesson says, the mind of pure formless awareness, which is your mind, your holiness, become clearer and clearer to you. The ego will drop away more and more until it will be completely gone, completely undone. You will be the enlightened one, the Christ, embodiment of love and light in this world. That is your journey, that's your path, that's your destination. So it is said, and so it is done. So now on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises, subtle flow of air in through the nostrils, pausing at the top of the inhale, smile. Scan your mind again, notice any thoughts, any emotions going on, sensations in the body perhaps. If there's anything that feels uncomfortable, negative in any way, remind yourself, my mind is part of God's, my mind is part of love's, my mind is God's, my mind is love's. I am very holy. I am, say your essence identity. I am that I am that presence. And just blow it all away with the breeze of your breath into the nothingness that it really is. And it will go exhaling, and the energy drop away. As the air flowing out, energy subsides back down from the crown of your head, down the front channel of your body, coming to rest in your lower stomach and your groin. Feel the weight of the body pressing down. to the chair. Feet touching the ground on the count of 2. Notice what you're feeling with your hands touching. Maybe there's a subtle flow of air in your skin. Notice that. Breathe in again. Notice any smell in your nose. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth. And notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Noticing all these things from this very still, calm and surrendered state. No judgment, no interpretation. Simply observe. Notice how peaceful it is when you're in the state. This is an equanimous state, a state in which the ego is undone. No judgment means the ego cannot use your sense perceptions for its purposes, which is to perpetuate its false self-image. You simply stop it. You stop feeding it with the interpretations of the sense perceptions that give it life, give it seeming reality in your mind. And that's why we practice to just let go of interpretation and judgment or sense perceptions and just allow this pure formless awareness to be the foundation of all our perceptions. So on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. Very gently just look around. As you look around, remind yourself, my mind is part of God's or love's. I'm very holy. Notice how that makes you feel. Just relax into it. Repeat today's idea slowly. My mind is part of God's or love's. I am very holy. I am, and then say your essence identity one more time. Notice how you feel. Anchor the state in for the rest of the afternoon. Just keep some awareness of the breath going as we progress through the afternoon to keep you anchored in this state, this very holy state, connected to your source, your essence. So I said, so it is done. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and the lesson. Okay, so everyone's still with me. Make sure everyone's awake in every sense of the word. All right. So how was that?
Amazing.
Lovely.
Nice way to end, really, because he's actually talking about a lot of the things that we dealt with in the course, and pointing us to the ultimate truth, which is your mind is part of God's. Your mind is God's, really. That awareness is your awareness. That's it uses part of, because it's baby steps. It's like, okay, if I can start accepting that, maybe I can accept one day that actually my mind is God's. My mind is the whole of God's. I am that presence. That is me. There is no separation. There is no distinction. So I'm very holy, which is did anyone feel uncomfortable with that word to say it?
Yeah, a little.
No, I'm very. It's kind of like, oh, who are you to say you're very holy? You know?
Yeah. But what really made me laugh was all day my ego has been reading. Part of my mind is of God.
Really? So you misread the lesson?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. And I was sitting with this, well, yeah, there's another part, isn't there? And that's that's not very holy at all.
It's not.
No.
Yeah.
Oh
It's going to do
man.
whatever it can to keep you away from
Yeah, really.
realizing that you're holy.
Yeah.
So you holy? Come on. That's just.
Yeah.
Who are you to think you're holy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, any other comments, anyone, on that lesson or that meditation?
It's beautiful. Very
Hmm.
powerful.
Good. Okay, so we move swiftly on to
I have
yes.
I just saw that there is the workshop I wanted to join, and I don't know if it will be ever again on Zoom, because yeah, things just change, and could be that they will do it the next time, they will do it outside and it's not in Germany. So I want to join it, and it's like right now happening. I think I wanted to join at least for an hour, and then I would come back, if that's okay.
Well, you're gonna miss exercise 10, so that's your choice. You need to decide whether you want to or not.
Will
Exercise
it?
10 you can only do with a partner.
Yeah, and
Uh,
could
you need to do
yeah,
it.
but I thought about if the other ones I could do it first, and then I check if maybe you can text me when I have to come back.
No, we're all doing it together, Katie. So it's happening now. You need to choose, which you want to go to another workshop. That's fine, but you're gonna miss the process.
And could we do it then? Like, could I be the first one with Elaine to do it?
No. So how it works is we all go together. I'm going to split you into breakout rooms, and you're going to all do the process simultaneously, because otherwise it's going to take too long. So
Okay, then we can do. Okay, then I will do it. Then after that, I go.
yeah, okay. It might take an hour though to get through this, so you're going to miss But
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
happening now.
I will see how far it goes, and then I would just do it with Elaine some other day.
Okay, so do you want to? Because I've got to pair you up. If you're going to leave, then you have to be here for the whole process. You can't disappear halfway through it, because once you're in the process, you've got to commit to it. Okay, so if you want to join, then you join for the whole thing, because it's both ways. So how this works, let me explain how this works. Is you've got two people, so I'll pair you up into twos, which I can do in this. We've got a breakout room feature here. So you'll go with your buddy, and then you're going to take turns. So one person is going to be the questioner to start with. The other person is going to be working through an important decision in their life. Okay, so what's facing you currently? There's something on your mind, you're not quite sure. We've all got stuff going on, haven't we? It might be to do with work, it might be to do with a personal relationship, might be career related. Katie, I know you're in the process of embarking on a new career. Whatever it is for you, you choose that particular situation and that decision that you're faced with, and then the questioner helps you to get clarity on it. So the questioner takes you through these positions. Okay, so position
Okay.
one.
Yeah. Okay. Then. Okay, I will do it. I just look forward saving time. I think you will explain it anyway later, right? Or do you explain it like twice?
No, Katie, I'm explaining it now so everyone understands how to do the exercise. So I'm not going to explain it later. I'm explaining it now. Then I'm going to put you into the breakout rooms to do the exercise. So you need to decide whether you're going to do it or not. If you're not going to do it, then I need to pair up someone else, because you can't leave halfway through. So.
And what about you could do the text discussion now and later the exercise? Then I could join, if that's okay for everyone.
Yeah, we could. I'd just make sure that's okay with everyone else.
Yeah.
The thing with the let's see how long the text is. The text is quite long. So what are we? I wanted to start the holotropic in 3 hours. So sort of wanted to get this done.
3 hours.
Well, if we're going
to
to go through the whole text, so let's have a look. The text is 19 paragraphs, so there's quite a bit to get through. So that's why I wanted to do this first. I mean, that's Katie's suggestion. I don't mind. Like, I'm here. Does anyone else mind?
I'm okay to do the text now.
The text now, the message of the crucifixion. So then, okay, Katie, if you go away and you come back in an hour or so, hopefully we'll have got through most of this, and then we'll do the session. Okay. Does that work for you?
Yeah, could you kind of text me when yeah, that's cool. Thank you, everyone. Could you text me when you're at the last part? Like last
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem. I'll say we're about to start now, so join back in. All right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, see you later.
Okay.
See you later.
All right, so the message of the crucifixion, this one is, which is chapter 6, section 1. I don't know if you want to follow in your book.
Yep.
Some really powerful stuff in here. So it's a nice section to end on, because there's a very powerful reinterpretation of the crucifixion, which he talks about here, which really is what he's training us to do in our own lives. So the crucifixion becomes a great learning device for that, to help us not to react as if we've been crucified, through using this example. Okay, so who would like to start?
I'll start.
One?
Okay, for learning purposes, let us consider the crucifixion again. I did not dwell on it before because of the fearful connotations you may associate with it. The only emphasis laid upon it so far has been that it was not a form of punishment. Nothing, however, can be explained in negative terms only. There is a positive interpretation of the crucifixion that is wholly devoid of fear, and therefore wholly benign in what it teaches, if it is properly understood. Okay, that's the introduction.
So anything struck you there?
Well, of course, you know, the word crucify in our language is just the most extreme form of torture or suffering that a human apparently can undergo. And this is how it's traditionally been heard of and digested. But he's saying there's this positive interpretation that's without fear. So bring it on.
So it was not a form of punishment, but he's giving us a positive interpretation. And as I said, this is actually, in my view, one of the most powerful sections of the entire course. Because if you can really accept what he's saying here, you understand what he did, it's quite amazing. Like, that a man would do this, and he did this not to save our sins. You know, he didn't die for our sins. This is a misinterpretation of it. He did it as a demonstration of a thought system that was completely transcending the ego's thought system of fear and attack and hatred. And so that's what he was trying to teach. His final act of his human life wasn't the final act because he resurrected, but the drama played out because he wanted to show in the flesh, literally, look, it doesn't matter if people are attacking you, they're doing the worst thing to you, they're attacking your body, they're killing your body. I mean, this is, as you say, pretty much the most horrific kind of thing that you could possibly imagine. And yet he still says, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. He's still able to say that in that extreme apparent physical suffering on the cross, which, you know, is a powerful lesson that's come down the ages to us over 2,000 years. And he's saying, well, interpret this properly, and this can really help you in your own journey.
I just asked you a question slightly off the point, but to do with crucifixion. I mean, that's the way people came up with this idea that Christ died for our sins. You know, it's just so central to Christianity. How did they infer from this that this was?
It's an interpretation, isn't it? It's an event happens, and then the apostles, as he explains here, didn't fully understand it. So they projected their own guilt and sin onto it. They felt guilty for Jesus's death because they still believed in the idea of sin. So then it's like, oh, well, he died for our sins.
But he didn't have a choice in death either, because he was going to die anyway. I mean, I just never understood that. You know, he was killed, he was crucified, so he died. It wasn't like, okay, I'm going to die for your sins, which is the way Christianity, you know, I'm going to sacrifice my life for your sins. I just never understood.
Well, it's based on, I mean, understand where they came from. The Jewish religion, Judaism, was very much based on the idea of sin and guilt and sacrifice, right? They did the sacrificed animals. Something must atone for the sins, right? The concept of guilt and sin was deeply entrenched into even his disciples, and even though he taught them, that was still resident there. So then they interpret the crucifixion in a way that is still based on their old belief system once he's gone. And then as it developed, it became a very easy selling tool, right? If you think about sales and marketing, you want to make things as easy as possible for people. So they're trying to spread the message of this new cult. And then the message starts getting twisted by people, by these apostles, and then probably later on Paul and so on, people who hadn't necessarily been with Jesus. And they start saying, well, actually, this is really easy. All you've got to do is believe in this guy. He's the superstar, Jesus Christ superstar. He's done it for you. And all you've got to do is believe in it, give your life to Jesus, and you're saved. And for people who are gullible and a bit fearful and maybe a bit lazy, they don't actually want to do the work themselves, that's quite an attractive message, isn't it? Oh, all you've got to do is give your life.
It might be, but I just something that I'm honestly, I don't.
Well, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, if you're struggling to make sense of it, then don't try it.
People can actually believe. I mean, people really believe that. How often do you hear it?
They do, but again, the mind. If the mind is, if the ego is, in charge, then it'll fixate on something. It'll go, okay, well, that's my salvation, and actually, it's a defense against the truth, because you're not going to really then do your own inquiry and really look into your own mind. So, no, actually, what I need to do is let go of my own guilt and sin. Jesus hasn't died for me. My sins are just gone. I've got to do the work. If I'm still thinking these thoughts and feeling these feelings, then I can say Jesus has saved me all I like, but this is what's going on internally.
So are you saying that the apostles would have written down this version of the crucifixion because they didn't want to do their own work? They were feeling guilty about his death.
He says it as we go. He says the apostles felt guilty. We'll get to it. It's in them. So he
was it the disciples that came?
Pardon?
Was it his disciples that came up with that idea? He had died for their sins.
Well, we don't exactly know where the idea originated. It might have been with the apostles. It may have come subsequent, because remember, Christianity developed over a long time. So people were continuously interpreting it, and hundreds of years later, maybe that interpretation became common. Then it got formulated into Roman Catholicism, and it was a control mechanism. So sin and guilt are part of control. So then you have a message that's going to do what you want the religion to do, which is to control people and keep sin and guilt in place, rather than actually freeing them from it, rather than a true empowerment. Saying, look, this is actually what Jesus was saying. He's saying the crucifixion and sin and guilt and fear and attack, these are not real, and you can transcend them all. Well, if you have an empire that's based on force, controlled by force, fear, then this is not a message that's going to really work for you. So they twist it and they change it to suit the purpose, which is control. So this happened over hundreds of years. The message gets twisted and distorted. And he's clarifying. He's saying, well, look, this is actually what really happened. This is the true meaning of the crucifixion. From the horse's mouth, from the guy who was crucified. You can't get it from a better authority. And he's telling us exactly how we should perceive this and interpret this. So as I said, a very valuable lesson. Okay, so moving swiftly on to number 2. Elaine, will you read that? The crucifixion is nothing more than an extreme example.
Crucifixion is nothing more than an extreme example. Its value, like the value of any teaching device, lies solely in the kind of learning it facilitates. It can be and has been misunderstood. This is only because the fearful are apt to perceive fearfully. I've already told you that you can always call on me to share my decision and thus make.
Okay, fade it out, Elaine. Okay, someone else want to pick that up? Marlene?
I have also told you that the crucifixion was the last useless journey the sonship need take, and that it represents release from fear to anyone who understands it. While I emphasized only the resurrection before, the purpose of the crucifixion and how it actually led to the resurrection was not clarified then. Nevertheless, it has a definite contribution to make to your own life, and if you will consider it without fear, it will help you understand your role as a teacher.
Okay, any thoughts on that? Hi, Elaine. Sorry, you just dropped off there. So Marlene, like a relay race. She took the baton and ran with it straight away. So any thoughts on number 2?
So the first thing that I underlined here was that this is only because the fearful are apt to perceive fearfully. So the fearful are apt to perceive fearfully. If you're not fearful, you're not going to perceive it through the eyes of fear. And nevertheless, it has a definite contribution to make to your own life. And if you will consider it without fear, it will help you to understand your own role as a teacher. So the purpose of the crucifixion and how it actually led to the resurrection had never been clarified. So he's actually explaining the value of the whole process and using it as a teaching device, lying as it lies solely in the kind of learning it facilitates. So it's what we take out of it as the lesson of why it actually all was, and how we perceive it, but not to be in that fearful state.
Yeah, we'll explain. So he's trying to say, well, you're going to misperceive the crucifixion if you have fear. And that's what most people do. They misperceive it because it's, well, if God did that to his only son, imagine what he could do to you. That's kind of like a lot of Christians are in fear, like, oh my God, Jesus got crucified. If that could happen to the only Son of God, as they interpret him, then, what could happen to me? I mean, it's actually quite a very fearful interpretation. And he's trying to correct it here. So no, this is not true. The fearful are just apt to perceive fearfully. They will perceive it through that lens. When actually the positive interpretation of it is completely different. So it's quite a major teaching, this, actually. There's many, like traditional Christianity is really based on this teaching. The crucifixion, he died for your sins, and all you have to do is accept Jesus into your life, and then you'll be saved. I mean, this goes to the very core of it. And he's saying, but actually that whole interpretation is a misinterpretation of what the crucifixion was actually about. And you'll find that traditional Christians are not often open to that, because it's the very foundation of their thought system. So they say, no, this is blasphemy. Well, maybe what you believe is blasphemy. Have you considered that? Maybe your entire thought system and religion is then based on a misconception. It's a misperception. It's not true. It wasn't actually what Jesus intended to the crucifixion. And here you have it from the horse's mouth, directly channeled through someone, and yet still, people won't believe it. They prefer to believe the misinterpretations and the distortions, because if the ego continues believing that it's the idea of sin and guilt, and God really did require sacrifice of his son, it makes the idea of sin and guilt real, and it makes a vengeful, fearful God apparently real. This God concept of fearful, wrathful, vengeful God then becomes quite real in the mind.
My dad was a minister, and I've just got this voice in my head, and it's my own little voice, like 5 or 6 years old, singing, and our dear Lord was crucified and died to save us all. And I didn't believe. I was just utterly confused and horrified by it all.
Wow. I thought your dad was a psychotherapist. Was he both?
Yeah, he wasn't. No, he was a minister first, and then he decided that he was going to be of more help if he gave up the ministry, and I think that was true.
Yeah, well, telling people, our Lord died for our sins, it's kind of quite a fearful message, really.
6 years old. I've got a hell of a job to do here, I tell you.
It's all that programming to unwind.
Oh my God.
But you can just look at it and say it was all false. It was never true.
Yeah, change my mind in an instant.
Thank God it was never true. It's just these resident beliefs.
Yeah.
It's programmed deeply into your subconscious. Deirdre was saying,
Yes.
Like just deeply entrenched. And although consciously she's aware, look, okay, this isn't true, it's gone into the subconscious because of that early childhood programming and so many years of believing it. And so then as it shows up, you just got to really go, okay, I'm seeing it. No, this just isn't true. Actually, the message of the crucifixion is glorious.
Yes.
Like, you're not a body. Doesn't matter what anyone does to you. You're not a body, and you can't die. I mean, that's what an amazing message that is. And yet it's got totally misinterpreted. Okay. So happy with number 2?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Number 3. Elaine's dropped off.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. She's popped back in. Maybe she can read number 3 for us. While she comes in, Iona, maybe you kick it off. Because we want to do this as quickly as possible.
Have probably reacted for years as if you were being crucified. This is a marked tendency of the separated who always refuse to consider what they have done to themselves. Projection means anger. Anger fosters assault, and assault promotes fear. The real meaning of the crucifixion lies in the apparent intensity of the assault of some of the extensions of love upon another. This, of course, is impossible and must be fully understood as impossible. Otherwise, I cannot serve as a model for learning. He's saying you really got to sort this out in your mind, haven't you? You really got to sort this out. So the marked tendency of the separated to close their mind to the fact that you've probably done it to yourself, this suffering in the mind. I was wondering if another word for assault would be attack. projection means anger. Anger fosters attack. Or
Yeah.
Or you used the word the other day, sort of full out assault or attack on God, on love, from the anger, projected anger.
Yeah, well, the decision to separate, we go back to our diagram.
Yeah.
That decision that I wanted to be another self means that I must attack my true self, capital self, which is the self that God created, which is the pure formless awareness that we are. So the ego is based on the idea of attack. You attacked and destroyed oneness in order to erect a false self on the grave of oneness. But the ego cannot fully believe that oneness is destroyed. So then it goes, oh, well, actually, it's going to come back and it's going to get you. You destroyed it, so now it's going to come back and destroy you. And so we have the thought system of fear and attack going on, very much so.
So fear and attack, and he's saying particularly on another extension of love, another being. But if for instance, a person was brutalized as a child, and then is brought up, has that idea of brutality and assault on its small human person, how does that work then?
Let me just one moment, Elaine. So you can't get back in?
No, I'm in on my phone now. It's just much better to be in on the laptop. But it's either or. So, you know.
Well, you're not in Zoom on your phone. You're not in Zoom. You're in WhatsApp now.
Okay.
But
yeah. Keep an eye out if I do disconnect. To keep an eye out and ensure that we're.
Yeah, or just try and log back in if you can. If you like, I don't mind keeping my phone on WhatsApp. You can listen in via WhatsApp if you like.
When I disconnect from
Okay, well, we'll try coming back in on Zoom. Otherwise, I'm happy to keep my phone connected and you can listen in via the phone, okay? Try coming back in, and otherwise you can listen in on WhatsApp.
Yeah, if I get in on those, then you can just disconnect me on
WhatsApp.
My phone, as you often do. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Try coming back in.
Okay. I'm trying to connect on my laptop. If I can get in, it's better because I can read the script of that.
Yes.
But I'm on WhatsApp at the moment, trying to connect on the laptop. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
No problem. All right. Sorry, Iona, do you want to just quickly repeat that question?
Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. So, his second point: there's a marked tendency of the separated to refuse to consider what they've done to themselves. So you get this small brutalized person of 3, 4, 5 years old,
yes,
who is apparently separated from its idea of love, and then lives in a state of assault from another being for the next 10 years. Yeah. How do we work this out? Because it says, of course, this is impossible. The real meaning of the crucifixion. This is impossible, must be fully understood as impossible. The ideas of anger and assault and fear. I understand. So, yeah, I'm needing some help with this.
Okay. So how, let's say if you've been victimized as a child abuse or whatever, how would you overcome this? Well, with difficulty, because in your experience, assault, attack, abuse is all very, very real, right? So the healing of the mind then is to say, well, actually, the truth of the matter is that I did this to myself based on the idea of separation, right? I chose to be separate as a result of that choice. I chose to come into into an individual body, have this individual experience, to really put myself in an impossible situation where I'm seemingly helpless. I'm born into this body. I seem to be at the mercy of a cruel world. And if I'm a child, I don't seem to have much power. I mean, when my son was born, I was quite I was holding him in my arms. I was going, I could drop this kid on his head, and like his whole life would be a mess. I could give him brain damage right now. It was actually quite shocking for me, just to see the helplessness of a newborn infant, and to go, well, and because I've I'd had the course as the background, I was like, well, this is it. Yeah, this is the victim. You're born into a body that's helpless, and you can't really take care of yourself, and you can so easily be unfairly treated. Because it's not my fault. I was born into a body. But it's a setup. The ego set you up for it. It put you into a body precisely so that you could seem to be helpless and the victim of a cruel world. And then if that's your program, then you run that program, and you get terrible things happening to you, and you go, oh well, then my idea that I came in with, which is your ego, your karma, is true. Yes, I am really a victim. And it's now been confirmed to me by my experience in this world. And Jesus is asking us to transcend that and say, look, none of this is true. Actually, I'm the victim of myself. Who decided to incarnate? I did. It didn't happen by accident. My mind chose to come into a body and put myself in this position where I could be victimized. And if that's the experience I've had, then on some level I chose it. Which is a hard one for a lot of people, because they go, well, how can a newborn baby have chosen to be abused, for instance? It's got no choice. But the choice happened at another level. The choice happened before they came in to say, yeah, okay, I'm going to incarnate. Well, why did you choose those parents that were going to abuse you? Why didn't you choose parents who were going to love you? Well, choice. Yeah, and so our ego, which is our karma, makes these choices, but then it plays out on the level of form as though, oh, well, there's no choice because I was, the helpless victim of this attack. But that's not true. Actually, you attacked yourself first.
Yeah.
Just by coming into a body, by choosing to incarnate, you chose to be a victim of the world.
Yeah.
And I really did see that. Again, it was experiential, because I'm holding this newborn infant in my arms, and I'm going, oh my God, this is actually quite horrific, really. What's just happened? This is not.
What an encouraging partner!
Right?
What an encouraging partner you must have been. Oh my God, this is horrific.
Yeah. Well, my wife was knocked out because she just had a cesarean, so she was unconscious, and I'm left literally holding the baby. I'm going, whoa, what's just happened here? Because I understood the theory. But I hadn't really thought very much about birth, because they're like, well, why do you? You don't think about birth I'm in the middle of my life, I don't have children. Suddenly it's like there in your face, and you go, whoa, okay. So 42 years ago, I did this. I was in exactly the same position. It really struck a chord with me, like, whoa, what have we actually done here? Mm-hmm. We've actually crucified ourselves just through the very act of incarnation. Whoa. Because the moment you incarnate, what are you saying? I'm on the timeline, and I'm going to die at some point. So you've just crucified yourself by incarnating. And so that's what he's trying to get us to see.
Yeah.
So it's taken it to another level. It's like, no, there are no victims. You chose to come here. So then you put yourself in this position. Good. Where whatever else happens, well, the choice was made. But fortunately, you have a choice while you're here. You don't have to continue being the victim. You can say, no, I'm done with that self-concept. I don't have to believe in this. It's not true. It's not real. And I can let it all go. Fortunately, into the nothingness that it really was, because it's just an idea. It's a false idea. Right? I chose to separate. I chose to attack God. That's why he says this is impossible. Right? This actually is not possible. You cannot really attack yourself. You cannot really separate from who you are. It's an impossible idea. So the idea of attack on God and any attack that then plays out in the dream is impossible. That's why I'm saying you must understand this as impossible. Because that's the thought system he's trying to teach us, right? This is an impossible idea that actually never really happened. Otherwise, he cannot serve as a model for learning. If you want to make this into something that's possible and real and has real consequences and effects, he cannot help you.
Mm-hmm.
Because the message of the crucifixion is lost on you. You won't see it.
Right.
It's been the case for thousands of years. Most people haven't really seen it because they haven't been willing to really question this.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This idea of attack is impossible because you can't really do it. You can't attack yourself, really, in truth. It's an impossible idea. But that, if you understand that that's impossible, then the entire ego and its thought system and its world must go. It collapses. The dream collapses if you understand the impossibility of the idea of attack. So most people don't want to go there. So then they prefer to interpret it as, oh, well, Jesus died for our sins.
Yeah.
Actually, he did really die. There is really sin and guilt. There is quite a fearful, vengeful, wrathful God. He died for our sins, and now you're saved. Except that they keep telling you that you're a sinner. That's what I don't get about this bonkers. Now you're saved, Jesus has saved you, but you're still a sinner. How does that work exactly? Well, it doesn't. It's clearly an impossible thought system. It doesn't actually, it's not logical. It doesn't make sense.
It does not, does it?
No, it just makes no sense whatsoever. And yet, this has been, the teaching in the Western world, the Christian religions dominated for 2,000 years. And people have bought this. And now he's saying, well, no, it's just nonsense. That's not what I taught at all. And of course you're going to get people who say, oh, no, this is the devil's work. We're right, and this is, because they have to. Otherwise, if they accept this as the truth, they've got to change their whole belief system.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to do that. So it's easier to say, no, we're right, and you're the devil's agents. And you're going to be punished. You're going to be punished by God because you're the bad ones. Oh, you just gotta go. Okay, well, whatever. We'll just carry on and we'll study this and we'll learn it. And one day everyone will learn it, but in their own time.
Yeah.
Okay, happy with number 3?
Mm-hmm.
So number 4. Let's ask Cara. I don't think she'll read, but let's ask her anyway. Cara, do you want to have a little read with us? You still there? I don't think so. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Nice to hear you. Do you want to read?
Yeah. Which one?
It's paragraph 4.
Sure. Okay. Salt can ultimately be made only on the body. Right. There is little doubt that one body can assault another and can even destroy it. Yet if destruction itself is possible, anything that is destructible cannot be real. Its destruction, therefore, does not justify anger. To the extent which you believe that it does, you are accepting false premises and teaching them to others. The message the crucifixion was intended to teach was that it is not necessary to perceive any form of assault and persecution because you cannot be persecuted. If you respond with anger, you may be equating yourself with destructible and therefore regarding yourself insanely.
Okay, so anything stand out for you there?
Yeah, I think you cannot be persecuted. It just seems like a very victim consciousness and state of mind. You think you can be persecuted, and you can't actually.
Yeah, it's an impossible idea. This is what he's trying to get us to see. So on the level of body, it seems to be possible. A little doubt in this world one body can assault another. I mean, that's the crucifixion showed that, and can even destroy it. Yet, if destruction itself is impossible, anything that is destructible cannot be real. Okay, so look at the logic of it. This is an impossible idea. It's not really possible. So whatever comes from the impossible idea must be impossible. I mean, the logic is clear. So you believe you've attacked God or love, then you create a body, this little false, it's a projection of a false self-concept, and you go, okay, well, the body can die. But that image, as he just told us in the lesson, is not true. That image isn't who you really are. You've gone out of your mind, you've projected your mind into a body, you've identified with the body, but all of that is based on an attack on yourself. So the body is not true. So how can that be really destructible? If it's simply not true and it's not real, then the destruction of the body is meaningless because it was never even there. So that's the real message of the crucifixion. It takes you all the way back home to this idea to confronting the idea of the separation and the attack on God and saying, no, this isn't true and real, which then opens the way to pure formless awareness of God or love to arise again in your mind. So actually it takes you all the way home, which is the resurrection of the mind. Right? The crucifixion was the preparation for the resurrection of the mind, to recognize what this really is, the impossibility of this situation of separation, and then to correct it. That's the resurrection, of the correction. Okay, any other thoughts on number 4? Very powerful. I mean, what he's saying, to the extent to which you believe that it does, you're accepting false premises and teaching them to others. Right? So if you believe that it really did happen and that the destruction is possible, you're accepting the ego's belief system and you're teaching that to others. The Dresser is intended to teach what is not necessary to perceive any form of assault and persecution because you cannot be persecuted. That is a game-changing message. You think about what's going on in the world all the time. It's this continuous story of victims, persecutors, rescuers. That's the drama that plays out. He's saying it is not necessary to perceive any of that as true. You can let it all go and realize that you simply cannot be persecuted. Whew, I mean, it's a game changer. I cannot be persecuted. It doesn't matter what you do on the level of form. Actually, I can't be persecuted. So I'm invulnerable. I'll rise above this. What you do on the level of form with that, well, you get the guidance from the Holy Spirit, don't you? But the thought system is what's necessary. You've got to change your mind. And so many, you look at some of the world's most deeply entrenched places of conflict. Think Northern Ireland in your part of the world. Northern Ireland. Imagine if people got this. They just said it's not possible to be persecuted. It would just a game changer. The whole thing would just drop away, wouldn't it?
Well, I think a lot was learned through the South African model of Truth and Reconciliation Council, but there's still good people working away on this idea.
It's a game changer. It just changes everything. You can't be persecuted. You're not a victim. Okay, so I'm not resentful then. I don't feel like I need to get revenge. I don't need to attack other people to get the revenge. It's just, it's a simple idea, but it profoundly influences human behavior and therefore history. That's why we have wars. That's why we have these ongoing conflicts that it just seems seemingly so persistent.
Yeah.
They just carry on and on and on, generation after generation, because this thought system of the ego, the attack, is made real. And then if attack is real, all of the consequences of attack are real. And then I am entitled to be upset, and I am the victim, and I will respond with anger and fear. because these things are now judged as real. So what he gave here with the crucifixion was a master teaching in forgiveness. Okay, I'll do this, and I'll show you, I'll demonstrate that even in this extreme situation, this is possible. To regard yourself only as the mind, only as spirit, and not as the body. If you respond with anger at all, you must be equating yourself with the destructible and are therefore regarding yourself insanely. You equate yourself as the body. That's what he's saying. Your mind thinks it's a body. You think the body is threatened, therefore anger is justified. And you're regarding yourself insanely as a victim of the world, when that's not what you are at all. You see how clear it is? I mean, he's making it so explicitly clear. So I said it's a really good section. Okay, so number 5. I think we're back at Iona. Iona, do you want to?
All right.
Number 5.
I have made it perfectly clear that I am like you and you are like me, but our fundamental equality must be demonstrated only through a joint decision. You are free to perceive yourself as persecuted if you choose. When you do choose to react that way, however, you might remember that I was persecuted as the world judges and did not share this evaluation for myself. And because I did not share it, I did not strengthen it. I therefore offered a different interpretation of attack. Oh, sorry, cat fight. Oh.
Isn't that interesting? We're talking about attack and then
Hold on. Wow. Okay. So I've offered the cat
seemingly coming into your living room.
Yeah, I've offered him a different interpretation of attack there. I therefore offered a different interpretation of attack, and one which I want to share with you. If you will believe it, you will help me teach it. And that's to you. This is the message for the cat. Right.
The cat, people say animals are innocent, but animals are just as much in the ecosystem as we are. Because they believe their bodies, they believe that they've got to defend themselves, defense, attack. It's all very much part of the animal kingdom.
Yeah.
Quite overtly so sometimes, quite savagely so. Animals kill each other, destroy each other all the time, and this is so-called normal. And we go, oh, isn't nature wonderful? Yeah, well, just watch a lion ripping the guts out of an impala that's dying while it's been eaten alive. That's not exactly wonderful, is it?
It's not.
Nature, that's pretty horrific, really.
Yeah.
So you've got to see it for what it is. It's based on the same thought system. Yeah. And really, nature is, survival of the fittest. One thing eats another all the time. This is happening all the time. Things consuming another thing so that they can live. Everything feeds off or preys on something else. And Jesus is saying, well, is this really a thought system that you want? So, the other day, I know you were saying, oh, well, isn't nature beautiful? Well, just scratch beneath the surface a little bit, and you might go, well, it's actually not so beautiful at all.
Yeah, quite so.
Very harsh and cruel. It's survival of the fittest. Things die all the time. Things are eating each other all the time. As we're speaking, something killing something else, probably, hundreds of thousands of times around the world. Things are eating each other all the time. This is going on all the time. And we're not aware of it because it's happening out of our awareness. But this is the thought system of continuous attack and defense that the ego's got us into. Saying, okay, well, do you want out of this or not?
So he's saying here that you might want to remember that I didn't regard myself as persecuted.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't giving any energy, any fuel to that idea. So if I can join him in believing that, you'll help me I'll help him teach that.
Yes. Exactly. Asking us to join him in teaching this.
Yeah.
That's one interpretation of attack one, which I want to share with you. So the point is, we can interpret the attack, any attack in our life, in the same way as he did.
Yeah, by choosing not to feel persecuted.
Yeah.
And that's why he says there, by joint decision. But our fundamental equality can be demonstrated only through joint decision.
Yes, correct. Hi, Elaine. You're back. You're on WhatsApp now. Can you not get in on Zoom? No. Yeah. It's because I removed you on your phone, that's why.
Yes, that's what it says. Because I'm trying to see if I can get in to the...
You can't get in on your laptop.
Yeah, I can't get in on my laptop, so I want to see if I can still go through Outlook, but on my phone. If you know what I mean. And it says you are unable to rejoin this meeting because you were previously moved by the host, so I don't know.
Oh, sorry about that, but I had to remove you in order to stop the... So just join us on... Okay. We can stay connected on WhatsApp. Can you hear okay?
Yeah.
All right. So we're just discussing paragraph 5. I don't know if you can see the text on your laptop, but...
No, I can't get in on my... I'm not...
Well, you can bring it up. You can just go and read the text online. So if you click onto the link in the email today, then you can actually read the text along with us.
Just send me that link again. Is that the can you just forward that to me on WhatsApp, that link? Because I don't know, I'm clicking every link and I don't know what's going on. Sorry, Jono, I battled to find that link.
So you get this small brutalized
sorry, that was a recording. Okay. There we go.
Sorry.
All right, so I've just sent it to the group.
All right, let me just... Okay, sorry about this, guys.
I sent it to you. Okay, there you go. All right.
Yeah, those harsh words and all sorts of things. But anyway, okay, let's see if this works. Oh, yes, okay, I got it. Oh, good. Thank you.
Yeah, so then you can see the link. You can read along with us. Okay.
Okay, thanks for that. Sorry.
Yeah.
For the interruption there. Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
okay.
what are we on?
So we've just done number 5. We've just any questions on number 5, anyone?
No, that's good.
Yeah. So we move on to number 6. So Elaine, if you want to read number 6.
Okay, as I've said before, as you teach, so shall you learn. If you react as if you are persecuted, you are in persecution. This is not a lesson the Son of God should want to teach. If he is to realize his own salvation, rather teach your own perfect immunity, which is the truth in you, and realize that it cannot be assailed. Do not try to protect it yourself, or you are believing that it is assailable. You are not asked to be crucified, which was part of my own teaching contribution. You are merely asked to follow my example in the face of much less extreme temptations, to misperceive and not to accept them as false justifications for anger. There can be no justification for the unjustifiable. So carry on here. Do not believe there is, and do not teach that there is. Remember always that what you believe, you will teach. Believe with me, and we will become equal as teachers. So the only part I understand is the last.
Okay. Remember always that what you believe, you will teach.
Yeah.
Believe with me, and we'll become equal as teachers. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fairly self-explanatory. So he's saying you can become as great a teacher as I was. You just have to believe what I believed. There's nothing special about Jesus. He just believed the truth completely. He completely identified himself with the truth. Okay, so what don't you understand in the rest of it?
cellular cancer and realize it's a bit about assailable. Do not try to protect it yourself, or you are believing that it is assailable. What does he mean by that?
Okay, so we'll teach your own perfect immunity, which is the truth in you, and realize that it cannot be assailed. Okay, so your true self cannot be attacked at all. That divine self, God, love, oneness, cannot be assailed. So do not try to protect it yourself, or you're believing that it is assailable. Okay, so what we do is we say, well, I've got to protect it myself. I've got to protect myself. But that self that you're protecting is not true. You see that? Because any idea of a self that needs to be protected actually makes that self into what's false. It makes it assailable. Well, I've got to defend the truth. No, you don't have to defend the truth, because the truth doesn't need defense. So then, by believing that something's assailable, in other words, it's vulnerable, it can be hurt, it can be harmed, it can be destroyed, you're believing in a false image of yourself. Any idea of attack or defense means that you're identifying your mind with what is false. And that's what he's saying here. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, anything else not make sense?
No, I got it.
You got it. Okay, so can you summarize that paragraph for us?
Well, you don't need to try and protect yourself or defend your true self is not attackable, because there's nothing to attack, because it's true.
Cannot really be assailed. And then he goes on to say that you're not asked to be crucified. So you don't have to repeat Jesus's experience, fortunately. You're merely asked to follow my example in the face of much less extreme temptations to misperceive. Well, and they are much less extreme. You can't really argue that. You know, the temptation, Jesus had a huge temptation to misperceive, and yet he didn't misperceive. So, you know, he's the example and the ultimate standard. It's like, okay, so if Jesus didn't misperceive and he's been crucified, then, you know, if I'm facing a much less extreme temptation, like, you know, someone saying or doing something I don't like, it's not actually physically hurting me, then it's much less extreme. And even if it is that extreme, you go to the extreme of, say, Viktor Frankl in the concentration camps, it was still less extreme than the crucifixion. So he's given us like the hardest, the ultimate standard. And he's saying, well, you know, use this to help you to do this in your own life in much less extreme circumstances.
And then, does he mean when you are not asked to be crucified?
Well, he means that literally and figuratively, I think. So he's saying you're not asked to do what he did and you know go and have your body crucified and you know suffer that kind of death, and you're not asked to suffer. You're not asked to do this as a demonstration like Jesus did. You know, that was his teaching contribution. He's saying to us, fortunately, you know, you don't have to do that because I did it. So I gave the demonstration, I gave the teaching to the world. It's been done. So all you have to do is use it in your own life to help you. And then to teach this thought system. That there really can be no justification for the unjustifiable. There is no justification for attack. Do not believe there is, and do not teach that there is in any way, shape, or form. And then remember always that you believe what you believe you will teach, which is fairly self-evident.
What was his teaching in the crucifixion?
Well, he's just given it to us. We've just discussed it. But tell me, because I want to see you understand it. What is he teaching?
You mean in this? Yeah. Well, like I said, he's teaching that we don't need to. Is that the teaching? Is that we don't need to we don't need to attack ourselves because there's nothing to attack. It's perfection.
Yeah, the teaching is there's no justification for attack. There can be no justification for the unjustifiable.
Because why would you attack perfection? There's nothing to attack.
And it cannot be done. He's saying it's an impossible idea. Earlier, number 4, he said, you must see this as impossible. Otherwise, number 3, paragraph 3. This is, of course, impossible, must be fully understood as impossible, otherwise I cannot serve as a model for learning. It's an impossible idea. How can you attack what is perfect, what is holy, what is innocent? How can you really attack that? It's an impossible idea. So he's just asking us, this teaching through the crucifixion is asking us to accept that, yes, this is actually impossible, and there is no justification for the unjustifiable.
Which is why I said, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Yeah. They're confused. They're delusional. They don't know what they're doing. They're believing in the impossible. They're projecting that onto him and seemingly killing him, giving this thought system of fear and attack a reality which it doesn't have. But in pure formless awareness, they're already forgiven because it doesn't exist there. But he said those words because, we interpret it as an attack. And he's saying, well, therefore, in the face of this temptation to perceive it as real, then you must forgive it or let it go in order to recognize that it's actually impossible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's what he's trying to teach us through the crucifixion. And any other interpretation of it is meaningless. Which is why you never really made sense of the traditional Christian interpretation, because doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone happy with number 6? Can we move on to number 7? So I think it's Marlene. Marlene, your turn. Number 7, please.
Sure. Your resurrection is your reawakening. I am the model for rebirth. But rebirth itself is merely the dawning of your mind of what is already in it. God placed it there himself, and so it is true forever.
So just translate as you go. To speed things up.
Your resurrection is God is pure formless awareness, placed it there himself, and so it is itself, yes. And so it is true forever. I believed in it and therefore accepted it as true for me. Help me to teach it to our brothers in the name of the kingdom of pure formless awareness. But first believe that it is true for you, or you will teach amiss. My brothers slept during the so-called agony in the garden, but I could not be angry with them because I knew I could not be abandoned. So that resurrection is the reawakening. Your resurrection is your reawakening. So I believed it and therefore accepted it as true for me. Help me to teach it to our brothers in the name of the kingdom of pure formless awareness.
Yeah, so kingdom you could translate as the domain.
Okay.
Or the dimension of, or the state of, even. Maybe state is, let's just have a look at our glossary quickly. Because we've got a definition for the kingdom. Yeah, so the domain of pure formless awareness, and that only. I.e., a state on which, in in which the belief in separation no longer exists.
Okay, I don't have that one on mine. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably an updated version. So
yeah,
we'll come down the track to you sometime next week.
Thank
The state in which the belief in separation no longer exists. Okay, so it's a state of pure formless awareness. That's the kingdom of heaven, or the kingdom of God. It's just that state, because I think kingdom of God can seem, again, like, well, what does that actually mean? But it's a state of being in pure formless awareness. That's all it means. And in that pure formless awareness, there's no attack.
Yeah.
There's no thought of attack or defense or fear. It doesn't exist there.
And therefore, I couldn't be abandoned. And so he couldn't be angry because he couldn't be abandoned.
Yeah.
Because none of that was true. None of that was real, and it couldn't have happened.
Yeah. And even though, on the level of form, the soldiers, he knows they're coming to get him, he still realizes I can't be abandoned. I'm still in my true awareness. That remains with me. Always. And
Was
so
that the agony in the garden that he refers to? The gardens of Gethsemane.
Correct, yeah. So if you remember the story, he's praying during the night. Right? He stays awake the whole night and he's praying, and his disciples are dropping off. They're going to sleep. And then he comes to them in the middle of the night, says, why do you sleep? And he's really saying, like, wake up, awaken spiritually. That's what he was actually saying. Wake up. And then he'd go back and he prayed, and then they fell asleep again. And again, people go, oh, well, he must have been angry because, he's going through his so-called agony in the garden. And yet, they're sleeping. They've kind of abandoned it. But actually, he was communing with spirit. He was communing with God. He was in deep prayer and just, going into that source, into that awareness very deeply to prepare himself for the physical, what would play out on the physical. He knew what was coming. But he realized, he strengthened his connection. It was like, okay, I'm going to go really deep here, and not fear. I mean, if he'd been fearful, he would have run away. I mean, wouldn't you just run away? They're coming, so run away, go into the hills of Judea, hide away. But if he'd done that, then his teaching would never have come to anything. It's quite an amazing act of courage, really, to go, okay, I've got to, this is what I've got to do. Talk about surrendering to the will of God. Okay, this is my, not that God's punishing me, but this is my contribution to the sonship, to teach this lesson in this way. And so I need to go through this. And I can't run away. I can't save my own skin. I have to go through this experience. It's quite an amazing act of courage, really. To just sit there and wait.
Amazing.
Okay, bring it on. Like, really, that is like Neo on the platform saying to Smith, okay, come. That was just really what Jesus did. He said, okay, come then. I'm not scared. Come, bring it on, whatever. And I'm not even going to fight. I'm not going to defend myself. I'm going to just allow you to do whatever with the body, to demonstrate this thought system to the entire world. And most people have missed the profundity of what he did. So he saved us by demonstrating a thought system that entirely transcends the worst that the ego can possibly conjure up, and yet still he's unaffected. And so therein is the message of salvation, isn't it? So yeah, it's a very powerful lesson, the crucifixion. It's going to help you to overcome the tendency to crucify yourself, as we do over and over and over again, by getting angry, by believing in attack is possible, anger is possible. By believing in that story, we crucify ourselves. Okay, happy with number 7? If we move on to number 8.
Thank you.
Iona?
Oh my God. My glasses have just fallen to pieces. Wow.
Okay.
Amazing.
What's
I'm sorry when my glasses have just fallen apart.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, amazing. I am sorry when my brothers do not share my decision to hear my voice, because it weakens them as teachers and as learners. Yet I know they cannot really betray themselves or me, and that is still on them that I must build my church. There is no choice in this, because only you can be the foundation of True Love's church. A church is where an altar is, and the presence of the altar is what makes the church holy. A church that does not inspire love has a hidden altar that is not serving the purpose for which pure love intended it. I must found its church on you, because those who accept me as a model are literally my disciples. Disciples are followers, and if the model they follow has chosen to save them pain in all respects, they are unwise not to follow it.
Not to follow him, because he's talking
Not
about
to follow him.
Jesus as the way show. When he said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life," the only way to the Father is through me. He was saying, "I'm just a way shower. I'm an example. Follow my example." Okay, so you want to unpack that a bit? Do you understand what he means by the altar, the church, all of that language?
The Holy Grail right inside the Christ mind.
I think go to our glossary.
That word.
To go to our glossary, we have altar here somewhere. Altar. The mind that believes in the foundation of a thought system. The true altar is perfect oneness.
Yeah.
Okay? It's the foundation of the thought system. Do you believe in oneness? Do you believe in separation? That becomes the altar of the church. And he talks about church as, maybe we can put this in, put it in here maybe. Altar, temple.
Hey, Jono, there's some weird noises coming through.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Karen's muted. Marlene, I don't know if it's coming from your side. Maybe it was Marlene. It was you. Okay. Some background noise there. Altar, temple.
Okay.
So we have the church. Okay. So the church is like the temple, really.
And the temple is used to refer to the body.
Yeah, he did in a particular instance. So the temple now uses, "I build my church." So what would you say we can say the church is? My church is my church is really a thought system, isn't it? It's
that's just what I was going to say. Yeah.
It's a thought system. Believed in. So he's building his church, which is a thought system that he's saying, look, this is the truth, and this is what you can accept. So a thought system believed in and accepted by its followers, and then they would be part of the church of Jesus's thought system, the Holy Spirit's thought system.
Yeah.
A thought system believed in and accepted by people. So there's a sense of a collective there. By a number of people. So there's the idea that he's building his church because he wants people to accept the thought system by followers. Maybe we'll call it by followers.
He's saying there's no choice in this, because only you can be the foundation of love's church, of pure love, pure formless awareness, the church of pure formless awareness.
Yeah.
The foundation of the thought system. Yeah.
Because it's in your mind. So, it requires believers. The church doesn't require anything physical. It requires believers to believe in it. A church, so a thought system, If you retranslate that, so maybe just go read from "There is no choice in this," and then translate church into thought system. See how that works.
Okay.
In fact, from number
There is
2,
no
we've got church in number
You're
2.
right. Yet I know they cannot really betray themselves or me, and that it is still on them that I must build my church system, my thought system. There's no choice in this. I know. There's no choice in this. Only you can be the foundation of the thought system of pure formless awareness.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Carry on.
Alter thought system is where pure perfect oneness is. And the presence of the perfect oneness is what makes the thought system holy. Oh.
Does it make sense?
Yeah. Could you hear me? Because my internet was saying it was unstable.
No, say it again. You faded out there, but
Yeah, sorry, my internet is unstable, it's telling me. Did you hear that all then?
Some of it. You broke up.
The
So
thought system is okay. A thought system is where the perfect oneness is, and the presence of perfect oneness is what makes the thought system holy.
An altar is really we looked at the definition of an altar is the foundation of a thought system. So if you translate that, say a thought system church is where a foundation is. It's just dropped off. So a thought system is where a foundation is, and the presence of the foundation is what makes the thought system holy. It makes sense, doesn't it? It's the foundation of the thought system. And if a thought system that does not inspire love has a hidden foundation, Diana, if you translate altar as foundation, then it makes even more sense. Are you still there? No. She's there, but she's not there. Okay. So, Marlene, maybe you want to do that. Translate church as thought system and altar as a foundation. Is Iona back?
No, I don't think she's back yet.
There
she is.
There in the background.
Something's happening. Okay.
Yeah, she's taking.
It's funny that everybody's dropped off.
Yeah. Well,
like
we have been going for about 4
one,
hours, so like a minute. But it's good stuff. I want to finish this. So
it's very powerful.
So Iona, are you back? If you translate this as church is thought system and altar is foundation, and God is pure formless awareness, just go from the top, from number 2, and see how that reads. I'm just going to unmute you. Can you unmute? It says your speaker's not working. Oh, okay. There we go. Can you hear me now? I don't think she can hear us.
I don't think so.
No. Something's gone wrong with her.
Something's gone doolally.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so do you want to read it, Marlene? So from number 2, and if you translate church as thought system, altar as foundation, and God as love or pure formless awareness, see how that reads.
Okay. I am sorry when my brothers do not share my decision to hear only one voice, because it weakens them as teachers and as learners. Yet I know they cannot really betray themselves or me, and that it is still on them that I must build my thought system. There is no choice in this, because only you can be the foundation of love's thought system. A thought system is where
a foundation.
Where a foundation is, and the presence of the foundation is what makes the thought system holy. A thought system that does not inspire love is a hidden foundation that is not serving the purpose for which love intended it. I must found his thought system on you, because those who accept me as a model are literally my disciples. Disciples are followers, and if the model they follow has chosen to save them pain in all respects, they are unwise not to follow him. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, it makes a lot more sense when you do the translation. Thank you.
Yeah. Because otherwise you're like, well, what does it actually mean by church and altar? And it's all symbolic. The symbols point to things that are not physical. Pointing to, a physical church. Or so then you translate the glossary, and it just kind of brings it alive. It's like, okay, actually he's talking about a thought system here, and he's talking about the foundation of the thought system of pure formless awareness or love.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, happy with that one. Moving on to number 9. Let's see if Iona, can you hear us?
I don't think she can.
No.
No.
What I'd suggest is she, let me just put something in the chat. Just go out and come back in. Because that can go out and come back in. Or try your phone. If you come back in on your phone, Iona, that might also be an option.
Oh, I think I'm here now. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Okay.
I just dropped off and came back.
Yeah, the ego's playing games with us.
Yeah, it's very eventful this afternoon. Yeah.
I don't know if you caught that, but if you translate church as thought system and altar as foundation and God as love or pure formless awareness, that makes a whole lot more sense, that paragraph.
Good.
Okay, so moving swiftly on to number 9. So Iona, will you read number 9? Oh, actually, you just read number 8, didn't you? So Marlene, if you can read number 9.
I elected for your sake and mine to demonstrate that the most outrageous assault, as judged by the ego, does not matter. As the world judges these things, but not as love knows them, I was betrayed, abandoned, beaten, torn, and finally killed. It was clear that this was only because of the projection of others onto me, since I had not harmed anyone and had healed many.
Yeah.
To demonstrate that the most outrageous assault, as judged by the ego, does not matter. So again, it's saying that none of this is true. It couldn't have been true that the body is not real. And as the world judges these things, but not as love knows them, I was betrayed, abandoned, beaten, torn, and finally killed. And that this was only because of the projection of others onto me.
Since I had not harmed anyone and healed many.
Anyone and healed many. Yeah.
However, he did, I laugh at this. So like, well, Jesus, if you go into the temple and you turn up the tables, what do you expect? They're not going to like it, are they? No. The truth of the matter is he didn't actually harm anyone. There was no physical harm, but it was, they would interpret that as a threat to their, authority and power and business model. So that's kind of why it came back at him, which is, but in truth, he hadn't harmed anyone. He was actually just saying, this is wrong, this is false, and it's incorrect.
Sorry, Jono, what did he do that he said was wrong?
Well, he went into the temple, if you know the story, and he went into the temple and he turned over the tables. So he went right into the heart of, the power structure of the Jewish religion, which is the temple, was the very heart of their system. Symbolically, I guess, because he went, look, the foundation is wrong. I'm going to go into the very heart of it. And your foundation is false, because they were trading. The temple was a market, and there were all kinds of stalls and people buying and selling stuff. And he said, this is not of God. This is another thought system, and this should not be in the temple that is supposed to be the holiest place in your religion, in the world. And so he demonstrated that by saying, well, this is wrong, and I'm going to demonstrate it by turning up the tables. So he went in, because there were money changers, and they were doing money lending and all kinds of, and he said, this has got nothing to do with love or pure formless awareness, nothing to do with God. So he physically turned the tables up, and everything's going flying, and they're going, whoa, yeah, like, what's this guy doing? Who does he think he is? And basically threatened their whole power structure and their business model. Well, if you do that, what's likely to happen? They're going to come after you and kill you, aren't they? So he's correct in saying he didn't actually harm anyone, but they would have perceived that as harming. They would absolutely have perceived that as harming them, because it harmed their power structure and their whole thought system.
But he was brave enough to be that provocative.
Yeah. He went in, it was symbolic. I'll go into the heart of your system of thought and control, and I will turn up the tables and say this is wrong. I'll give a demonstration very clearly that has come down to us 2,000 years later. This is not correct. This is not what love is. And we still face it. The world is still run by that thought system, financial, commercial, money, da, da, da. And he said, this is mammon. You cannot honor this thought system and also honor God. You must choose between these two masters.
Mm-hmm.
So a very powerful symbol, as is the crucifixion, of something else. And he probably knew that if he did that, well, they would probably come after him. I mean, they're not just going to take that lying down, are they?
No.
So, but I think it was all part of the plan. He was like, okay, well, this is going to happen. I'm not scared of death, so we'll play it out. We'll go through the crucifixion, then I'll resurrect, and it's all going to be part of the teaching, of my teaching, of this thought system, which now we have 2,000 years later as a profound lesson for us all to accept and learn from as learners. He says, we're still equal as learners, although we do not need to have equal experiences. Interesting. Still equal as learners, but we don't have to have equal experiences. So we don't need to repeat Jesus' experience. In other words, the Holy Spirit, the awareness of oneness, is glad when you can learn from mine and be reawakened by them. So fortunately, we don't have to go repeat his experience. We can just learn from it. Thank God for that, because we all have to go through that. Imagine if you're like, okay, so your life's going to go like this, and then you're going to end up hanging on a cross, nails through your hands and your legs, and you're going to drown in your own fluids. This is not really. You wouldn't find many people signing up for this path if that was what was going to happen. Fortunately, so Jesus did it for us. So in that sense, he was the one who took it on himself to teach the lesson. But that's been misinterpreted as, he was the one who had to be sacrificed to save our sins. Can you see how that misinterpretation could so easily happen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very easy to twist it and then go, oh, well, actually, he was the one who had to be sacrificed. And so then it fell still within the domain of the ego's thought system of sacrifice, and something had to suffer, when actually he's just the one who took it on himself. So when he took this on as a lesson, you could say, well, he took upon the sins of the world. Well, again, it's a twisting, it's a misinterpretation. He stepped up and he said, I will teach the lesson for everyone.
What a guy.
So I will take this on myself to teach this lesson, because someone has to teach the lesson. Someone has to do this. Otherwise, the lesson doesn't get taught and people don't come to their own awakening through the lesson. So yeah, pretty amazing, really, to say, okay, I'll do this. I'll step up, I'll do it, and I'll go through the experience of it, which, he was still rooted in his true awareness, but he's still got to go through the experience of like having all of this happening to his body, and he must have felt something. So pretty amazing, really. As you say, what a guy. I mean, amazing.
I'm learning to love this guy.
Yeah, I mean, like, who wouldn't? It's like,
Yeah.
he's done it for you. He's done it so that this day in your experience you can learn from it. And now he's studying it's amazing. So now his entire crucifixion, what he did 2,000 years ago, this is what he intended for to happen. That people would then learn from it and come to their own awakening through that experience. So what he did 2,000 years ago, the benefit of that is now being felt right now by us. Quite extraordinary, really. So that act of courage and selflessness, really, is carried down through 2,000 years, and we're now experiencing the benefits of it. And then the plan is such that he's like, okay, well, in 2,000 years, I will channel through, and I'll give this teaching to a lady called Helen Schuckman, and I'll bring it into the world in the form of this Course in Miracles, so that people can really learn from my experience and make the most of it, because it's been misinterpreted. And if you don't see that there's some kind of divine providence and miraculous grace in that, then you're blind. You can't see that there's a picture here that's playing out for all of us. That's there for our salvation. It's there if you want it. Okay, so any questions on number 10? Did I finish it? Can you hear only one voice? Only way in which you can proceed. Did I read all of it?
No. Sure. Did you read we are still equal as learners?
I started, yes, and I think I got sidetracked into explanation. So I think I got into number 2. Do you want to pick it up from number 3, Iona?
Okay. That is their only purpose, and that is the only way in which I can be perceived as the way, the truth, and the life. When you hear only one voice, you are never called on to sacrifice. On the contrary, by being able to hear the awareness of oneness in others, you can learn from their experiences and gain from them without experiencing them directly yourself. That is because the awareness of oneness is one, and anyone who listens is inevitably led to demonstrate its way for all. When you can learn from one awakened. That is my only purpose, and this is the only way in which I can be perceived as the way, the truth, and the life. I need never go into sacrifice. Just learn, just listen. You don't need to be crucified. Yeah, and learn from. He says earlier on, Iona, he's saying, I'm serving you as a model for learning, so just listen.
Yeah, and if you don't listen and you don't follow his example, then his crucifixion and resurrection is meaningless.
In vain, yeah.
In vain, because you don't learn from it.
No.
It's like, okay, so he did this for you.
Yeah.
Iona, for you, Marlene. He did it for all of us. So we could learn. Like, geez, the guy's gone. I mean, you can't, that's like going the whole way, isn't it? That's like, I'm not holding anything back. I'm going the whole way into the salvation transformation thing. He hasn't held back one thing from you to give you that lesson. And then like, well, surely we should learn it.
He's gone the whole 9 yards. Yeah.
Rather than deny it. And that's what we're doing right now. It's like going, okay, well, this is what he's trying to teach us here. And can you see the profundity of this? I mean,
yeah, it's very moving.
Wow, like you think Jesus sat in the garden there and he did this for you. He didn't know you personally, but he knew, like, this is for everyone. This is for the entire world. I will sit here and I will face this, and they will crucify me. I know what's coming. I will go through this whole experience so that everyone can learn from this and they can awaken to who they really are. And I will do that for everyone from this time on in history. And so that's the real meaning of the crucifixion. That's what he did. He wasn't sacrificed for our sins. It was there. He was doing it to teach us. And so will we accept it or not? You know, he's giving you the lesson. He's giving you the interpretation here. What more do you want? Are you going to listen to it? Are you going to live by it or not? And so if you truly choose to listen and learn, then you're his disciple. And you become disciplined in your thought and you follow his way. So yes, under much less extreme temptation, because you know the temptations we face are not on this level. If you're honest, they're just not. Whatever you're facing, whatever someone seems to be doing to you, like they're not crucifying you, right? You're not being nailed to a cross and drowning in your own body fluids after being flogged and asked to carry your cross for miles. I mean, this is like extreme. You're not asked to do that, as he says. You're just asked to learn from his experiences and apply them into your own. So you are not persecuted, and nor was I.
No.
Elaine, do you want to read number 11 for us?
Okay. You are not persecuted, nor was I. You are not asked to repeat my experience because the Holy Spirit, whom we share, makes this unnecessary. To use my experience constructively, however, you must still follow my example in how to perceive them. My brothers and yours are constantly engaged in justifying the unjustifiable. My one lesson, which I must teach, as I learned it, which out of accord with the judgment of the Holy Spirit can be justified. I undertook to show this was true in an extreme case, merely because it would serve as a good teaching aid to those whose temptation to give in to anger and assault would not be so extreme. I will with God that none of his sons should suffer.
Okay, just translate that last sentence.
I will with true formless awareness that none of his sons should suffer.
No, none of its extensions.
That none of his extensions should suffer. I will with true formless awareness that none of his extensions should suffer.
Just make it an its rather than a his, because it's not masculine or feminine. So I will with pure formless awareness or love that none of its extensions should suffer. So Jesus doesn't want us to suffer. That's kind of the misinterpretation of the crucifixion, is that somehow suffering is necessary. Well, you know, if Jesus had to suffer, then we have to suffer too. Saying, no, you don't need to suffer. Why don't you just learn from my experience? I went through it for you. Learn from it. You don't have to go repeat the experience. Just learn from it and apply it to your own life and stop the suffering already. Stop it. Stop interpreting it in a way that you think you've been crucified, that you think you're a victim, because that's what makes you suffer. Suffering is not actually physical. Even pain, you know, physical pain. The suffering is mental and emotional, because it's how you interpret that pain. That's the problem. So he doesn't want us to suffer. Okay, so anything else stand out for you there, Elaine?
No, it's pretty clear.
Saying you must follow my example in how to perceive all of the experiences, how to perceive the experiences. You're not asked to repeat my experiences, because the awareness of oneness which we share makes this unnecessary. Right? So it's a lesson for all of us. Okay, we can just learn from that. Wow, amazing. We don't have to repeat that. We can learn from it. In some ways, we do the same with movies. You know, you watch a movie, you don't have to go through the movie But you can learn from the experience of the characters in the movie, in the same way we learn from the experience of Jesus in the movie of his life, without having to repeat them. Just makes a lot of sense. It saves so much time. So you must follow my example in how to perceive them. So you must perceive it correctly, as he's just instructed us. He said, this isn't true, and don't try and justify the unjustifiable. My brothers and yours are constantly engaged in justifying the unjustifiable. That's the ego's thought system. Constantly engaged in justifying what is impossible, justifying what is therefore unjustifiable. So my one lesson, which I must teach as I learned it, is that no perception that is out of accord with the judgment of pure formless awareness, of the awareness of oneness, can be justified. Even in an extreme case. So even if someone's attacking you physically, trying to crucify you, it's not justified. That's the lesson. Because it's a good teaching aid. So that's what the whole crucifixion was a teaching aid in an extreme case, so that we could learn the lesson for ourselves in much less extreme cases. Apply it to our own lives. So remember that next time you want to get angry, it's quite a useful thing. Well, is this as extreme as the crucifixion? No, not nearly. It's like on a scale of, if the crucifixion is 10 on the scale of ego attack, then this might only be a 3 or a 4. Okay, well, I think if Jesus can do it on the 10 scale, maybe I can manage it at 3 or 4. And so it's another way of just correcting your mind. If you use it in that way, then the crucifixion has a meaning for you. And Jesus's experience, what he went through for all of us, has meaning and purpose in the moment that you choose to change your mind because of that experience, because of your learning from that experience. So quite profound, really. So 2,000 years ago, he has this one experience, and then that affects the whole sonship forever, if it's interpreted correctly. On a very practical level, because you can change your mind moment by moment in your daily life through that experience. So then this is really, they say well, you accept Jesus into your life. This is what it means. You accept his lesson, his message into your life, day by day, moment by moment, hour by hour. This is what it actually means. Does that make sense? Okay, moving swiftly on to number 12. I think it's Marlene again.
The crucifixion cannot be shared because it is a symbol of projection, but the resurrection is the symbol of sharing, because the reawakening of every son of pure formless awareness is necessary to enable the sonship to know its wholeness. Only this is knowledge.
Okay. So just translate that. So reawakening of every son of God is remember the sun is the extension. So translate the reawakening of every son of God as the extension
of
love.
Is necessary to enable the sun,
the extension to know its wholeness.
The extension to know its wholeness.
You can't really say extension ship. That sounds clumsy in the extreme. The extension ship, I don't think there is such a word. So to enable the extension, because that's what it is, right? We are the extension of love. To know its wholeness, to know itself as what it really is. And only this is knowledge. Right? The awareness that you are that loving presence. So actually, in truth, there's no extension. You are it, and it is you. But in our seemingly separated state, we talk about sons of God and extensions of love, however you want to phrase it, because we seem to be separated from that. And so the words are there to speak to us where we are, and then help us to connect back with what we are. He's always meeting us where we are and saying, okay, but come back into the awareness of oneness. And only this is knowledge. So he's pointing us to this, right? God, love, oneness, pure formless awareness. This is knowledge, and nothing else is knowledge, right? Whatever's happening here is not knowledge, it's perception, and ultimately it's not true, so it's all going to be done away with. And it will be replaced by knowledge. When you know your wholeness, you know that you are this, right? I am God, I am love, I am oneness, I am all of it. That's the wholeness of your awareness. And then you're back in knowledge, as opposed to perception, which is based on the idea of separation, and that still seems to be going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so number 13, very short.
Yeah.
So maybe read, Iona, read 13 and 14 for us.
The message of the crucifixion is perfectly clear. Teach only love, for that is what you are.
So just pause it there.
If you interpret the
just pause it there, because that's worth the reason he's put it into a separate paragraph is it's very, teach only love, for that is what you are. Okay, wow. That's the message of the crucifixion.
Yeah.
Teach only love. Even in the most extreme temptation, you can still teach only love, as Jesus did.
Yeah.
For that is what you truly are. So when he said, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do, he was teaching only love under the most extreme duress. It's extreme temptation not to see love. Curse you, damn you. Imagine if he said, I curse you all for generations to come, and your mothers and your fathers and will all suffer because of the sin. I mean, it would have been a totally different message, wouldn't it?
Mm.
But he just taught only love because that was what he realized he still was. Even though his body's being killed in this horrendous way, he's still love. And he was still teaching, because you remember he was chatting to the guys next door who were also being crucified. And he's going, no, don't worry, you're going to join me in heaven. So it's all going to be okay. So he's still teaching only love, even while he's like gasping for breath, and he's dying. He's still teaching only love, no matter what, for that is what you are.
So did you see Life of Brian?
I have seen Life of Brian, yeah. It's hilarious.
It's hilarious, isn't it? It is hilarious.
The Suicide Squad.
Pardon?
I just remember that scene, the Suicide Squad come to save them. Being crucified. We're the Sumerian Suicide Squad come to save you, and then they all kill themselves. It's like, oh, you were supposed to save me, not commit suicide. So funny.
Yes.
It's really taking the mickey out of the traditional interpretation of it. That's what I quite liked.
That's it. Do you think they were aware of the Course in Miracles when they made Life of Brian?
I don't know. Probably not. When was it made? No. In the 80s.
I was just thinking that actually. I believe it was early 80s. Yeah.
Yeah. So the course would have been around.
Never heard the Pythons talking about Course in Miracles ever.
No.
I think it was just taking the mickey out of traditional church.
Yeah. I doubt, but who knows? I think Course in Miracles might have later come in. I mean, John Cleese is quite spiritual for sure. I've heard him on YouTube.
Yeah.
Talking about, because you have to question the traditional religion, don't you? You have to debunk all of that in order to open yourself up to the truth. So in a way, that's what they were doing. It was all like satirizing this ridiculous thought system.
Yeah, well,
and then say, okay, well, if that's ridiculous, but maybe there's something beneath it.
Right. Yeah.
I remember Eckhart Tolle going, he said, no, I didn't watch Life of Brian because they were making the sacred into the trivial. But actually, I think it's a misinterpretation. It's not. They were actually taking the mickey out of what is total blasphemy and insanity. That's what they were doing.
That's right.
And saying, actually, just see it for what it is, and then maybe you might open to the truth of what it is. You might then go deeper and say, okay, so what did Jesus really stand for? If I don't believe any of that, because it's clearly so ridiculous, what's the truth? So it's actually an undoing through humor. It's another way of undoing the ego.
Absolutely.
So it's brilliant. Maybe we'll watch Life of Brian. Actually,
that would be a
one of
great
our movie
idea.
evenings. I think that would be classic.
I think that would be great.
Yeah.
He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy.
But there's a message there as well. Like he's just a normal guy, you know.
Yeah.
There's all these messages in it. I haven't seen it for years and years, but it would be great.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. I also watched David Hoffmeister's suggestion, The Man Who Knew Too Little, with Bill Murray. That's amazing about the illusion of human life and what we and the movie that we think we're in. It was great, really good movie.
Yeah,
crime.
There's lots of these movies that we can learn from other people's experiences. You don't have to experience that yourself. You watch the movie, you see in a 2-hour window, you see a whole load of experiences, a whole load of lessons packed into 2 hours, and you can interpret it from the Holy Spirit's point of view. That's amazing. I mean, talk about accelerated learning.
Yeah.
And we've got all this technology that enables. So, that's really the only purpose of technology. It's not to make us more comfortable in an insane dream world. It's actually to awaken us from the dream world. That's the proper use, the true use of technology. And it can be used for that, absolutely. These communication technologies and movies and so on can absolutely be used to awaken us, as we're seeing, right now in real time. It's happening. Okay, so number 14. Carry on, Iona.
If you interpret the crucifixion in any other way, you are using it as a weapon for assault rather than as a call for peace for which it was intended. The apostles often misunderstood it, and for the same reasons that anyone misunderstands it. Their own imperfect love made them vulnerable to projection, and out of their own fear, they spoke of the wrath of love.
It's insane. When you say it is love, it's like the wrath of love. Hang on, it wouldn't be love if it had wrath.
Yes, right.
That's why it's helpful to translate.
As its retaliatory weapon, nor could they speak of the crucifixion entirely without anger, because their sense of guilt had made them angry. So that, you were saying, yes, he talks about this. The apostles rewriting history out of their sense of guilt. Which gave rise to 2,000 years of misunderstanding. Oh my Lord.
I know. You just go, you can imagine Jesus sitting there and I gave this amazing lesson, but I guess he just would have forgiven that and gone, oh well, it'll all sort itself out in time. And here we are, 2,000 years later, and he's sorting it out for us. He's saying, okay, well, here's the true interpretation.
Yes. It's like a great lesson. Always check your sources, and don't believe the PR. Yeah.
And does it resonate with you? Does this deeply resonate with you? Do you connect with this, or are you just going to take it because, oh well, that's the truth? Because your pastor, your preacher, your rabbi has told you that it's the truth.
Yeah.
Why are you going to go like, actually, does that really make sense? And inquire. And the Buddha said, don't believe anything I say. He said, question it in your own awareness. And if it doesn't make sense for you, then discard it.
Okay.
Saying like, use your mind for what it's for.
I'm just sort of reflecting on my own experience. My dad was a very bright guy, but he never said check your sources. And then he got brassed off, but he forgot, or I didn't listen, or something was going on. Like I'm falling out of love with this version of events. Iona, it might benefit you too to just go back and check the sources. Do you really believe this for yourself? Yeah.
I mean, if you do go back and check, the start of Christianity and how it developed, and you understand the story, then you understand exactly how the misinterpretation came. And so the disciples, same. First of all, they didn't get it truly. These are the followers who were now tasked with taking his message out there into the world. They didn't fully understand, and they're all Jews, so they had that hangover from the Jewish religion, very much sacrifice, sin, guilt, fearful, wrathful God. That's still a hangover. So it comes through in what they're teaching. And then you got Paul, who was largely responsible for taking it into Europe, and he didn't know Jesus at all. He hadn't met him.
You broke up just then. You broke up. Who was taking it into Europe?
Paul, yeah. And he wasn't one of the original disciples. If you know the story, he was actually hell-bent on destroying them all. He wanted to, kill all these Christians. And then he has this revelation experience, this vision on the road to Damascus. Jesus appears to him and says, you must do this. But again, he took, all this heavy guilt, sin, fear, and he hadn't quite undone it. And so that permeated into the teaching. Because he was largely responsible for then the way that Christianity went. Because he went out and he went to all these places like Corinthians, Ephesians. He went to all these places, Ephesus and Corinth. And he went to all these places and he taught them. But he taught from his own understanding, because what else can you teach from?
Mm-hmm.
His understanding was that Jesus had come to save you. He had this revelatory experience. Jesus had come as his savior, and so this was the message that went out there. And the apostles also taught, but not as actively as Paul. And there was definitely a split. The apostles and the Paul disagreed, and they went in two different directions. And actually, Paul's version became then developed into the early Christian church, which then 300 years later, having been misinterpreted already, now got further misinterpreted because the Romans got hold of it. Oh my God! Well, what do you expect if the Roman Empire, based on control, and all they wanted was a way of controlling their fragmenting empire? What do you expect if they get hold of something? What's going to happen to it? It's going to be way distorted.
There's a whole section in the Bible that comes from Romans.
Yeah, well, the Romans were, if you know the story of how Roman Catholicism developed, 300 years after 325 AD, I think, somewhere around there, the Romans decided, the Emperor Constantine said, look, we need a control system. Our empire is falling apart here. So we need and he targeted religion as the way to control. So it was either going to be paganism or it was going to be Christianity. Those were the runners. And you can imagine the lobbying that went around there. And then the Christians won. And the Christians said, no, this. And so then it became Roman Catholicism, because the Romans adopted it and said, okay, this is now the official religion of the empire. And if you don't believe this, then if you're a pagan or some other version, then you're going to be killed. You can't, because this is our control system. Well, clearly huge distortion of the original message 300 years prior of this master who's taught something completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And then that becomes the so-called gospel truth, and then that gets carried down through the generations. And now the priests and so on who come through that tradition are teaching you what they think is the truth, but it's not. It was distorted. You have to go back to source. So what I love about the course is this is going back to source.
Yes.
We're going right back to the original teacher, and he's teaching us exactly what he thought and what he meant and how we can interpret his experiences from this thought system. And isn't that amazing? We have this. Just clearing away all the garbage of 2,000 years and saying, look, here it actually is from the horse's mouth.
Yeah.
Amazing, really. And we can read it and study it freely. It's all available on the internet. Amazing.
Yeah.
It's taken 2,000 years to get here. Okay. Because that's how long it takes, but time is irrelevant. And now we're the start of an awakening where this, because this knowledge is so freely available, people can really learn and experience and wake up, like on a mass scale, like never before, because this is available to everyone. Of course, not everyone believes it, so there's resistance in the belief system, but it's you can't say it's not there. The correct interpretation is there if you choose to accept it.
So it was 1,967 years. Was it 1967 that Helen Schuckman scribed Course in Miracles?
Started in 65, actually.
1,900.
October 1965, yeah.
Okay.
And then, Jesus died around 30 AD, apparently. So
right.
So it was, 1,900 odd years after his crucifixion and resurrection that it took for for him to actually write it down, because there was no written. Jesus didn't write anything. Maybe intentionally, he didn't write anything directly. It was written by his followers after the fact.
Yeah.
Of course, misinterpretation is going to come in. As he says, they misunderstood it. And they were vulnerable to projection because they feared, and they spoke of the wrath of God. I mean, there's this thought system of the wrath, the vengeance coming in, isn't it? Concept of a fearful, wrathful, vengeful God coming in. And they hadn't quite let that go. So then they interpret from their own belief system. And that then comes into so-called early Christian teaching. And as he said, they felt guilty. Their sense of guilt had made them angry because they felt responsible. They felt on some level they could have done something else.
Yeah.
It must have been quite hard for them, because this master, and he's teaching kingdom, amazing. He's the guy. He's so amazing. And then suddenly it all just comes collapsing down. He's been appeased, and they're going, well, why didn't we stop it? Why didn't we do something? Because some of them ran away, and and then Peter denies him 3 times. As he predicted, and he's like, well, a hell of a lot of guilt there. Like, okay, so he's the master and the teacher, and I haven't had the balls to stand up for him, and actually go with him, because they were all scared of their own lives. They didn't want to be crucified themselves, because they still had attachment to the body.
My God, it's just mind blowing, isn't it, to think of these people, with their huge sense of guilt and failure, and all of that coming down through the world, through tens of millions of people.
Yeah. And then there's major distortion in the message, because they were guilty, and they felt angry, and they felt guilt, and so that gets woven into the teaching. And then again, check your sources. Like, where's this coming from? Okay, well, it comes from the apostles, and they weren't as clear as Jesus. I mean, it's very obvious from the Bible. They weren't at the level he was at. He was trying to get them there, but they still had a lot of ego that they needed to
clear.
So if you understand the history, that's why it's quite helpful to actually study how this all happened. You study the history of the early Christian church, you go, okay, well, this is God's word. No, there's all kinds of twisting, turning, distortions coming in through the history to eventually get to Roman Catholicism. I mean, huge distortion of the original message. So don't take that as the gospel truth at all. And of course, they don't want you to know this, because if you start questioning it, then you'll go, well, this is just a load of BS. I don't believe it, and so I'm not going to be part of your church anymore. So then they lose followers, they lose power, they don't get their donations, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Of course, there's a huge investment in keeping this tradition going, even though it's false. So they'll say, oh, well, the Course in Miracles is the work of the devil, because it threatens that whole system. And that's just how it's always gone. I mean, it's the oldest trick in the book. Oh, well, we don't like what you're teaching, so it's the work of the devil. I mean, that's just so. People have been doing this forever. Oh, well, you're of the devil, so we don't like it, therefore you're of the devil. So we demonize it, and then okay, well, it's pushed out of our awareness, and we try and kill it or squash it or do whatever, because it threatens our thought system. And that's how religious persecution, as we know, that's why it's gone on forever, because people they feel threatened, and so then they've got to, well, kill the messenger, stone the messenger. We don't like the message, stone the messenger. That'll get rid of the message.
Yeah, good one.
Just ego insanity, isn't it? Okay, Katie's back with us. Katie, will you read for us? Welcome back. I hope that was a good interlude for you.
The session was great that I joined that. I cannot read right now.
You can't, okay. All right, so we'll go to Elaine then. Elaine, are you still with us? Elaine? Oh, no, Elaine's not there. Okay. All right, so I'll read it. These are some of the examples of upside down thinking in the New Testament. although it's gospel, is really only the message of love. Okay, so it's saying it's upside down. Actually, it's only love, really, but all of this is, as you said, got put into the religion that formed from it. The apostles had not felt guilty. They could never could have quoted me as saying, "I come not to bring peace, but a sword." This is clearly the opposite of everything I taught. Nor could they have described my reactions to Judas as they did, if they'd really understood me. I could not have said, "Betrayest thou the Son of Man with a kiss," unless I believed in betrayal. The whole message of the crucifixion was simply that I did not. The, so, quote, punishment I was said to have called forth upon Judas was a similar mistake. Judas was my brother and a son of God, an extension of love, as much a part of the sonship or the extension as myself. Was it likely that I would condemn him when I was ready to demonstrate that condemnation is impossible? So there we go. Just deconstruct a whole lot of myths there.
Yeah.
And misinterpretations and projections, and just saying, well, this is how it came into being, because the apostles felt guilty. And so they misinterpreted, and they came up with things like, "I came not to bring peace but a sword." He's saying, but clearly that's the opposite of everything I taught. So they were confused. Don't believe it. Check your source. Betrayest thou the Son of Man with a kiss? Well, apparently he said that, and that was written down, but did he really? Or was it just someone's projection onto him? Oh, well, he must have believed that this was betrayal, because they believed in betrayal. You're going, well, I didn't believe in betrayal. Actually, Judas just did exactly what Judas needed to do, because Jesus needed to be crucified in order to be resurrected. So it was all perfect. Someone had to go and tell them where he was. Otherwise, how would they have arrested him, and how would the whole thing have played out? So Judas played his part perfectly. Yeah. And Jesus would have understood that and gone, okay, well, you just did what you were needing to do in the at-one-ment, in this process of the at-one-ment. But that is, I mean, think of how Judas has been demonized. Oh, he's a traitor. And, again, that's just the projection of the ego mind onto him, isn't it?
But he was playing his part perfectly.
Yeah, maybe Jesus said to him, look, I want you to go and tell them. Quite possibly, that is actually what happened. We don't know.
Yeah.
Jesus said, look, I want, go and tell them where I am. And Judas played his part, and maybe he said, okay, well, his ego got involved. Maybe I'll get some money for this at the same time. Oh, that'd be kind of cool. And of course, it wasn't very cool, because then he felt tremendously guilty and he hanged himself because he couldn't deal with the guilt.
Right.
We don't know how it played out, but he did exactly what he's supposed to do. So why is there any condemnation? It was all part of the plan of that one-ment. Someone needed to tell them where Jesus was so that they could arrest him, so that the crucifixion drama could play out, so he could resurrect, so that now we can look at the whole thing and say, yeah, what a great lesson for all of us. So Judas played his part in it, as everyone did. And there was no condemnation at all. When you see it from that point of view, as he said, it's a wholly benign message. There's no fear, there's no condemnation in this anymore. It's stripped of all of that, cleaned of all of that, and it's a lesson in at-one-ment for all of us. Okay, happy with number 15?
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah, it's an amazing section, this, actually.
Yeah,
to go through the whole thing. Because if you unpack it, it really starts to reveal so much around the Christian teaching, and like deconstructing it and allowing the Holy Spirit's reinterpretation. And if you ever are with a traditional Christian, you can speak to them with this knowledge and say, well, just look at it differently. They might not be open to that, of course, but you have a true understanding of what the crucifixion really meant. And then the crucifixion and the resurrection were the founding events that founded this teaching. Without the crucifixion and resurrection, Christianity would not have come into being. So let's go to the seminal event that created the religion and look at it and reinterpret it, and maybe then all the distortions that came in are cleaned away, and then you've got authentic, true Christianity, which is what A Course in Miracles is.
When was the New Testament written? And I feel like I can ask all these questions because I never felt I could really ask my dad, because there was an expectation that I would know all this stuff.
Really, that's so interesting. Yeah. And he was a pastor or a priest. So it was written in the probably somewhere they reckon about 50 AD. So Jesus died in about 30, so maybe 20, 30 years later. They're not exactly sure. Maybe up to 50 years later. Those first Gospels, the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they were written sometime within, say, 50 to 100 years of Jesus's death. So a long time afterwards. I mean, 50 to 100 years is a generation or two. Written by people who weren't there. They were often getting second-hand accounts.
Yeah.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, they weren't there. They were getting accounts from people who had maybe heard the apostles or Paul preach, and then they wrote it down. And then they were synoptic because they were chosen. They chose those 4 books as the primary foundation of the New Testament. Years later, 300 years later, those were then compiled, and they ignored the Gospel of Judas, they ignored the Gospel of Thomas, they ignored the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. All of these were ignored. Why? Because they didn't quite fit the program of what they wanted to put out there. So it was very selective. You say the Bible's the Word of God. Okay, well, again, go into the history and see how this thing called the Bible came about. And you'll see, it was by selection, and who selected it, and why did they select those books? There were other books. Why didn't they make it into the Bible? If you're going to be comprehensive, why not include all of it? Stick the Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Mary Magdalene, Gospel of Judas, stick it all in there and let people make up their own minds. But they didn't. In fact, those were burnt. Most of those scrolls were burnt. And so fortunately, they some of them were preserved, and they were buried at Nag Hammadi, and they found them. So, actually, we've got these original scrolls because most of them had disappeared. They were gone out of existence. Why? Because this was contrary to the Roman Catholic doctrine that this is the only way to interpret this, because it was the foundation of their control system, which became the foundation of a very dark, oppressive control system for over 1,000 years. It kept humanity in a dark age of really the ego.
Were these other Gospels the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls that were discovered in the last century?
Yes. In Nag Hammadi, Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Judas, Gospel of Mary Magdalene, there were a lot. And they weren't known before that because they'd all been burned. And someone had the presence of mind to go and bury them for future and say, okay, well, maybe someone will find them. So that these things will come into being, so they're out there, but still the church won't accept them. Oh no, those are the false gospels. Well, again, what's false and what's true, and who decides that? So fortunately, we're in a time now when we can choose. The information's there. You can read the Gospel of Thomas if you want. You can read it all and decide if you want to accept it. So as you read, let's go to Marlene. Marlene, you want to read number 16, please?
As you read the teachings of the apostles, remember that I told them myself that there was much they would understand later, because they were not wholly really ready to follow me at the time. I do not want you to allow any fear to enter into the thought system toward which I am guiding you. I do not call for martyrs, but for teachers. No one is punished for sins, and the extensions of love are not sinners. Any concept of punishment involves the projection of blame and reinforces the idea that blame is justified. The result is a lesson in blame, for all behavior teaches the beliefs that motivate it. The crucifixion was the result of clearly opposed thought systems. The perfect symbol of the conflict between the idea of separation and the separated self and the extensions of God. This conflict seems just as real now, and its lessons must be learned now as well as then.
Okay.
So no one is punished for the sins. And the extensions of love are not sinners. So we can't be punished because we're not sinful.
Because it never really happened, see?
No.
If this is false, the thought of separation is false, and sin and guilt come from the thought of separation, then it can't really be true.
Yes.
You can't really be a sinner. You can't really be guilty. You must be as you were created and as you remain, as love. This is what he's trying to teach us.
Yeah.
And the projection of blame. See, so if I feel guilty, then what we do, the ego says, well, get rid of the guilt and project it onto someone else.
Yeah.
So you blame someone else. Oh, it's your fault. Because then I'm not the sinner, you're the sinner. So guess what? God's going to punish you and not me. But of course, what it does is it confirms that you're guilty in your mind. It just perpetuates the thought system of guilt and sin. Blame and attack are the projection of that outwards, and the ego just keeps wanting to do that. Oh well, I won't be guilty because someone else is guilty, and Jesus is saying no, just let that all go. No one is guilty. That's the whole point. No one is guilty. Just if you can accept that, then that's the at-one-ment.
Yeah.
So any concept of punishment and sacrifice is erroneous. And so the crucifixion, the traditional interpretation, is riddled with the idea of sacrifice and punishment and blame. And he's asking us just to let that interpretation go. Result is a lesson in blame. All behavior teaches the beliefs that motivate it. So, that's the misinterpretation of this crucifixion, a lesson in blame. Oh, well, so we're sinners, like we're all sinful, but Jesus took the blame for us and he suffered for it. That's the interpretation, isn't it? Which is crazy. You're making the idea of blame and sacrifice real when it's not. So you can see the clearly opposed thought systems. Perfect symbol of the conflict between the ego and the Son of God, or the extension of love. And this conflict seems just as real now. The lesson must be learned now as well as then. So if you speak to a traditional Christian, they will have a different perception of this crucifixion entirely. And then you might find there's a conflict, because it's a conflict of the thought systems. That's what's going on. And unfortunately, you can't reconcile them. One is true and one is false. So they will forever be at odds. And you don't have to agree with someone, but don't judge them for their misinterpretation. They're just confused.
Yeah.
Okay, any thoughts on number 16? Happy with that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, number 17, I think Iona, if you can read that for us.
I do not need gratitude, but you need to develop your weakened ability to be grateful, or you cannot appreciate pure formless awareness. It does not need your appreciation, but you do. You cannot love what you do not appreciate, for fear makes appreciation impossible. When you are afraid of what you are, you do not appreciate it and will therefore reject it. As a result, you will teach rejection. Right, love yourself. If I don't appreciate me, I can't love me. And if I fear my light, I can't. It's impossible to appreciate it. And therefore, I am in danger of rejecting myself, what I am, what I try to do, and then I project that rejection in the world. I guess I teach stuff out there. Yeah.
You teach yourself that you're rejected and abandoned.
Yeah.
And you do that through your experiences in the world, and it seems like, oh, well, other people are doing it to me, but actually it's your own decision that's doing it to you.
Yeah.
The decision to be the victim.
Yeah.
And not to accept this power. And nice, he talks about appreciation and gratitude, which is a nice reminder that love and gratitude really go hand in hand.
Yes.
Two sides of the same coin. Because you can't really experience divine love unless you have gratitude for that presence, that it's there, it's available, it's in your mind, it's in your heart, it's everywhere. And interestingly, I don't know if you know Masaru Emoto's work.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, he was a Japanese researcher who took water, and he did these experiments with water where he'd put just labels, no words, because a word carries a frequency.
Yes.
Put a word on the water and leave it sort of overnight or for a few days, and then he'd freeze it, and he'd put it under microscope, and he'd see what the crystal was of the water. And the water that had been exposed to ego words, fear, hatred, anger, was really pretty messed up. The frequency the crystals didn't look good at all. And the most beautiful reason I mention is because the most, in his opinion anyway, the most beautiful crystal that was formed was love and gratitude. So he put love and gratitude, just a label on the beaker of water, and then froze that, and it was an amazing crystal. In fact, I'll show it to you. We may as well, seeing as we have this amazing thing called the internet. Masaru Emoto, love and
Masaru Emoto.
Masaru, yeah, got an E in there. Masaru Emoto, love and gratitude crystal. There we go. Instant. Isn't Google amazing? So there you have the picture. See it? I'll just expand that one out. There's the picture.
Wow.
Yeah, amazing crystal.
Yeah.
Kind of almost looks like a chandelier or something, just so intricate and well formed. And that's the crystal that came from love and gratitude. So in his opinion, that was the most beautiful of all of them, because he did this for hundreds of different words.
Mm.
So there's, again, in the physical, we look at our integral model that shows up on the physical level. Behavioral, the performance outcomes, what you can measure, the intention behind it shows up. That's what this is showing. Intention leads to behavior. Measurable performance outcomes, and that's all he was doing with water as a medium to show this.
Yeah.
In the same way as Jesus is saying, all behavior teaches the beliefs that motivate it. Right? Same thing. The beliefs, the intentions create the behavior on the external. So the one leads to the other.
I'm go back to that sentence. You need to develop your weakened ability to be grateful.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we do need to develop our weakened ability to be grateful, to appreciate what we really have.
Yeah.
And that's not appreciating anything that is in the material necessarily, because normally people teach gratitude. They say, well, be grateful for the nice things in the world. Be grateful for the beautiful weather, or be grateful for the fact that you got a roof over your head. Be grateful, this kind of stuff. And that's not the level he's talking about. The real gratitude is for this presence of love that is your true source, that is your essence, that's available, and for this amazing teaching that you have, that you actually have Jesus really teaching you right now. We're studying his words. He's teaching us.
Yeah.
We have a master teacher teaching us through this technology that allows us to read it online, and allow us to form into a group, even though we're thousands of miles apart. I mean, amazing. That's what the real gratitude is for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, wow, amazing. that this presence of love is coming through into this illusion, and it's helping us. It's helping us to awaken from our dream. If you can't feel gratitude for that, then you're not going to be, as he said, you need to strengthen your ability to feel grateful for this rather than rejecting it. If you don't appreciate it, then you reject it.
Yeah.
Which is kind of logical. Going back to this, if we don't appreciate it, then it's part of the rejection. We're actually denying that it's of any worth. I don't actually appreciate the presence of love and oneness or any of the forms, the miracles in which it comes into my life. So if I don't appreciate it, I don't acknowledge it, and I actually reject it. And then I feel rejected and abandoned by it, although I'm the one who's actually doing it to myself. And then you teach rejection. Rather than being a teacher of God, you teach rejection and abandonment. Well, that's not a very good thing to teach at all. Okay, can we move on to number 18?
Jono.
Yes.
Jono, I'm back.
You're back, okay.
Can you give me an idea how much longer we've got with this exercise coming up?
Yeah, the exercise will probably take an hour, and then I want to do the holotropic. So maybe another 2.5 hours. Yo.
No, you said we were going to finish at 7:30. It's now 7:30.
No, I said 9:30 actually. I said 7:30 UK time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got a problem with connectivity.
But if you have to drop off, you have to drop off. So.
No. It's that I'm at these people, and it's complicated. And it's just a case that my battery may die. But anyway, well, if I drop off. It just means that my battery died, and there's nothing I can do.
Can you not charge it?
I cannot connect at all on my laptop, which is charged for some reason. I can't. And my phone, the battery's running down.
Can you not charge your battery, your phone battery?
Well, I need to use earphones because this woman also needs to sit where I am.
Right. Okay.
So I can't use the battery and the earphones at the same time.
Right. You can't charge the battery and use okay. Can't you? You can charge. It's a different slot.
You can't do both at the same time.
You can.
Because the earphone is the same.
It's not the same. It's a different slot. It's a different slot.
No, wait, Jono. I'm telling you right here now, it's identical. I mean, I've just taken out the charger and I've just put my earphone.
Right. Well, I've got two in my phone. There's two different slots. One's for earphones, one's for charging. So I don't know.
Well, you've got a different model.
Yeah.
So let me just take the cover off. I'll just double check that. Anyway, just carry on. So,
yeah, I'm pretty sure you can on any phone. They don't. It's not the same slot.
Okay, I'll just check.
Well, the design of the phone would be problematic then. Okay, so number 18. Katie, can you read or not? Let's ask her.
No, there's only one.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's go to Marlene. Marlene, do you want to read number 18?
Sure. The power of the extension of God is present at all the time because they were created as creators.
So just stop there. The extension of God or God is love or pure formless awareness. So just read it.
Did I say, sorry, I meant to say love. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
And the power of the extension of love is present all the time because they were created as creators. Their influence on each other is without limit and must be used for their joint salvation. Each one must learn to teach that all forms of rejection are meaningless. The separation is the notion of rejection. As long as you teach this, you will believe it. This is not as love thinks, and you must think as he thinks if you are to know him again.
As it thinks. So you want to just take the gender away,
okay,
which I think is quite useful. just takes away the idea that God is male. Just not true at all. Okay, so anything stand out for you there?
So the thing that jumped out at me was, again, each one must learn to teach that all forms of rejection are meaningless. The separation is the notion of rejection. And therefore, if the separation is the notion of rejection, because there is no rejection, then there is no separation.
Yeah, so rejection, and you look at the split. The split came because we rejected God or love or oneness or pure formless awareness. We said we don't want it, we want something else. So separation and rejection go hand in hand, two sides of the same coin. So we reject what we really are to accept what we're not. So separation must be the notion of rejection. You rejected who you truly are. And as long as you teach this, you will believe it.
You will believe it, yeah.
Right? So be careful what you're teaching. This is not as God or love thinks, and you must think as it thinks. So pure formless awareness cannot reject itself. And that's just bonkers. How can it reject itself?
Yeah.
And this is what he's trying to say. Do you see the impossibility of the ego's notion of its existence? Like how can what is all encompassing, what is pure perfect love, pure formless awareness, how can that reject itself?
No, impossible.
Yeah, so it's an impossible idea.
No, totally.
And then everything that comes from an impossible idea is equally impossible.
Absolutely.
You go down a track of impossible ideas and thoughts which play out and then miscreate an entire universe and world, and you go, it's all impossible, because the first idea was impossible. You can't really reject what you are. That's not a possible idea in truth. And yet we've seemingly pulled off the impossible, and we're now living at the bottom of this ladder of impossible thinking and wondering what the hell happened and how we got here and why we're human and why none of this really makes sense. And he's trying to teach us that, well, this is what happened, seemingly. And so just correct the misperception that you actually can separate from and reject God, because it's not true. Okay, so any questions on number 18? Happy with that?
No. Yes, I'm happy with that.
All right, number 19. We're nearly there. It's a bit of a marathon. This would happen to be 19. Most of them are like 6, 7, 8, sometimes 10, 11. This one happens to be 19. Anyway, it's a good one. So I hope you've enjoyed it. Iona, do you want to read number 19?
Okay. Remember that the awareness of oneness is the communication link between love, the source, and its separated extensions. If you listen to its voice, you will know that you cannot either hurt or be hurt, and that many need your blessing to help them hear this for themselves. When you perceive only this need in them and do not respond to any other, you will have learned of me and will be as eager to share your learning as I am. Yeah. So when somebody responds in anger or hurt, see it only as a call for love.
Because you cannot be hurt. Either hurt or be hurt, because attack isn't real.
No.
So you can only demonstrate that thought system to others.
Mm-hmm.
Do not respond to any others. So someone who's attacking you, like in Jesus' extreme case of the crucifixion, he saw that as a call for love.
Yeah.
And so he gave love. He said, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. In that situation, all you can do is let go the misperception and allow, invite the presence of love in the source.
Yeah.
So the Holy Spirit, I mean, he defines it. The Holy Spirit is the communication link between God the Father and his separated sons. Okay? So it's the awareness of oneness. God the Father is love the source, oneness the source, and it's seemingly separated extensions. And the Holy Spirit is just the awareness of that, of oneness that remains the link back to oneness. Kind of makes complete sense. Maybe we need to add that into our glossary quickly. So, Holy Spirit. So you have spirit, and we'll call it communication link between God or source, source, God or love the Father, source, and it's seemingly separated sons or extensions. Okay. And then reference to this paragraph. Where are we? Crucifixion. Okay, so any questions about this section? Can anyone give me there's 19 paragraphs, but can you give me a 1-minute summary of this? There's a challenge. What's the essential message? What's the key takeaway out of this?
Don't suffer, because if you do, then all Jesus' incredible lesson will be wasted.
And so what's the lesson? What's the message?
That you're not guilty. Well, I'm not guilty. You're not guilty. We're not sinners. We are totally innocent, as was Jesus. We are go out in the world and teach only love.
Yeah, there is no attack. Attack, guilt, sin, this whole thought system is not true.
Yeah.
At all. It's not true. And that's the only message. It's a very simple message, actually.
There is no attack.
No. Even when something like the crucifixion is happening and apparently someone is being attacked physically and killed, there's still no attack. The idea of attack is impossible.
Okay, so that's the message. So this is this chapter message is about.
Which is a very simple message. I mean, we have to go through 19 paragraphs but he's got to unpack. Yeah. He's got to unpack all of this in our minds, because he's going, well, the problem is your interpretation is distorted. So it needs this. He's very thorough. He's a thorough teacher, and he's okay. So let's look at this. Let's unpack what you believe. Let's show what your traditional interpretation of the crucifixion is, and let's show you what it really means. And I'll go through that in detail very patiently, because he's a very patient teacher, so that you can go, oh, actually, yeah, I get it. That's actually quite simple. But as you say, misinterpretation that's gone around this for thousands of years is extraordinary. So hence he's devoted a whole section to it, because it's actually a pretty foundational part of false traditional Christianity, and if you're going to unwind your mind from that, then you need to understand this.
Yeah,
he's explained it in detail. And if you can take this message and you can apply it on a daily basis, you know, the crucifixion then and the resurrection is coming into your life as a teaching aid on a daily basis. Okay, so someone's seemingly attacking me. They've sent me a nasty email. Okay, well, just remember what Jesus went through. Remember that attack isn't real. Remember what he was teaching, and let it go, and just don't respond to it as though it's real. And then the crucifixion is a very, very valuable lesson, because it helps you to change your mind moment by moment in your daily life. And so then Jesus really is guiding you. He's the way show moment by moment in your life. And that's what it really means to give your life to Jesus. It's like, you know, take him as your example, moment by moment by moment. So I think that was pretty clear from this. And thank you, everyone, for sticking with it. It was quite a long process, but I didn't want to stop it halfway, because there's good stuff in it. So we get through it all. Okay, so that brings us to this exercise finally. So is everyone still up to do that? So Iona, you said you had to leave at a certain time. Is that still the case?
It's not actually.
Right. Is that you were going to go somewhere for a drink to commemorate someone's death?
Yes, our deceased friend, but one of the group says she has COVID.
Right.
Which
Okay.
is upset. Yeah.
So it's not happening. Okay. So I'm happy to continue on into the night. Let's finish this, shall we? So in terms of
have a 5-minute break.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was just about to suggest that. We have a 5-minute break, and then I'll come back and explain how this works.
Right.
And then I'll put you into breakout rooms. Katie and Elaine. Elaine, you still there? So yeah, Marlene, take a break. I'm going to stop the recording because this isn't going to be.
I'm here.
Okay, see you in 5 minutes.